Hello and welcome back to Rappler's coverage of the 2022 elections happening right now. Today is May 9. We have voters all over the country casting their vote today. We have our report from... We have footage of Leni Robredo. She's voting right now. So a while ago, we saw footage of Bongbong Marcos Jr. voting, Sara Duterte, Calyodi, and now, eto na po si Leni Robredo. She is casting her vote. All right, so here we can see Leni Robredo waiting for her turn, casting her vote. Okay, she is wearing blue today. So you can check, of course, our Developing Stories page. You can find that on the Rappler homepage. This is where we put all the updates for today. So ayan ang Developing Stories page natin. It's May 9, Election Day. We have 65.7 million voters expected to vote today. So a while ago, we saw Sara Duterte in Davao. Ngayon naman we have Leni Robredo. We can see her there. She is wearing blue. Meron mga tao nagpapa-selfie with her.
Override daw, tawagan daw. Sumisenyas ng override. Sumisenyas ng override.
So in our live updates or Developing Story page, you'll be able to see news about what's happening right now. Okay, you'll have the results as well, who is voting right now, any updates on the process. We are also using the hashtag PHVote and hashtag PHVoteWatch. So if you yourself, for example, you see something that's happening, we encourage you to share using the hashtag PHVoteWatch. And for all the other people who are viewing, you know, this morning we saw that the sentiment online, there's a lot of election anxiety. A lot of voters expressing that they were feeling anxious and hopeful, all these mixed feelings. So we encourage you to share. If you want to share your feelings or your selfies, kung tapos na kayong bumoto, you can share your selfie. Again, you can use the hashtag PHVote or We Decide, hashtag We Decide. Ayan, so we can see yan on screen. This is the polling precinct where Vice President Leni Robredo will be casting her vote. We saw her a while ago. She was in line. She was wearing a blue blouse. So this is a new color for her. Usually we see her in pink, of course. That was the color of her campaign. The color of the movement was pink. But today she is wearing a blue blouse. And she is waiting in line. Okay, she is... Kanina marami rin ang papa-selfie sa kanya. So, we don't really see her surrounded by bodyguards or anything like that. Ayun lang siya, waiting in line. Ayan siya. So, You can also, for those of you watching, share your experience. How was it waiting in line this morning? Was it a longer line compared to the previous elections or mabilis lang ba? Ayan po, that is the public school where VP Leni Robredo will be casting her vote today. Ayan, and again, we'd like to remind all of you, we have our Developing Story page on the Rappler homepage. The Developing Story page means this is where all the live updates will happen. So you can just scroll through it. You'll be able to see which candidates have casted their vote, which polling precincts are having problems, kung meron man. This is also where we see the different reports from our reporters who have been following the campaign of the presidential candidates for this election. And so, what we're seeing the public school where Vice President Leni Robredo is voting. So we saw her a while ago. She was in line already, waiting for her turn to vote. Okay, mukha naman it's a sunny day today. Kanina sa Davao, from the report of Ralph Rivas, medyo maulan doon. So dito naman sunny day siya. Okay, so these are live images from Magaraw, Camarines Sur. Dito po boboto si Vice President Leni Robredo. What you're seeing is the Karangkang Elementary School. Ayan po siya, baka, so you can try and spot Leni Robredo. Naka-blue siya today. Blue, parang yung blue nung nag-announce siya na tatakbo siya. I don't know if it's the same blouse, pero same-ish color ng blue. So she's not, if you can spot her later on, baka we will see it in the video, she's in line. All right. And now, on the line, we have Mara Cepeda. She has been the Rappler reporter covering Vice President Leni Robredo. Mara, hello.
Hello. So we're live here at the Karangkang Elementary School where Vice President Leni Robredo arrived at past 9:50 a.m. She is wearing the color blue. So I think that was originally her choice for a political campaign color for the 2022 presidential elections, but she decided to stick to pink when she saw that most of her supporters were using that color when she declared her presidential bid. Hindi pa importante dito si VP Leni siya ay ngayon ay nakapila kasama ng ibang mga botante dito sa paaralan. Mainit pero nakatayo lang si VP Leni, mag-isa lang siya. Tumatay kasama yung
Okay, Mara, mukhang we lost you. So Mara was actually talking about how blue was the original choice of Leni Robredo for her campaign. Pero of course, we saw that the color chosen in the end was pink. So the signal is just a bit spotty, but Mara is still here with us trying to connect. Maaraw daw dyan. Ayan, Mara, we can hear you again. Go ahead, Mara.
Hi. All right. Okay. So again, I'm here at the Karangkang Elementary School. VP Leni arrives at past 9:50 a.m. She arrived alone with just some of her security detail, which is standard for the sitting vice president. Again, she's wearing the color blue. This was supposed to be the political color for her presidential bid, but she decided to switch to pink when most of her supporters adopted that color for her candidacy. But we can see from our angle here at the school that she's wearing some sort of a pale pink face mask. Pumila si VP Lenny along with the other voters. Mainit dito ka sa Karangkang Elementary School, but knowing VP Lenny, ayaw niyang pa-importante, so she is waiting in line along with the other voters here. Baka matagalan pa yung kanyang pagboto. Is going to be maybe a couple of more minutes or even an hour or so, but she's just patiently waiting here at the school.
All right, Mara, you said she is by herself. Parang wala siyang tao na pinapayungan pa siya, no? She's just there by herself.
No. Yeah. She does have some of her staff and security detail here, pero hindi naman siya pinapayungan when we arrived. When she arrived here, ngayon naka-move na yung pila at the part of the school na may bubong, so at least she is protected from the heat. Pero nakatayo lang siya kasi hindi lahat ng mga nakapila na may upuan na available.
What about the Robredo sisters? Have we seen them today? Are they voting
Yes.
later on? Yeah.
Yeah, so Aika and Trisha were able to cast their vote about an hour ahead of their mother at the Tabuco Central School in Naga City. We saw the eldest Aika post a picture of Trisha showing off the indelible mark on their index fingers. Yung youngest, she able to cast her vote much earlier, a few weeks ago. We saw her Instagram stories post just before we went live. She was via overseas absentee voting because she is finishing her final year at the at New York University, so she had to avail of the OAV before she came back to Manila to help her mother campaign.
Right, Mara, a while ago, we saw some people approaching VP Lenny, taking selfies with her. What was the reception
Yes.
like when she arrived the Karangkang Elementary School?
When she arrived, medyo yung ibang tao, they sounded a little bit excited that she was here. I think some of the supporters or some of the residents here, mga Bicolano, obviously, started chanting Lenny, but it really didn't catch on because I guess nakita nila VP Lenny just wanted to lay low and line up. But she did grant requests dun sa mga lumapit sa kanya for a selfie. And this is classic VP Lenny Robredo, never really shying, never really refusing requests to have selfies taken with her. She would really hug them or she would sign whatever paraphernalia that they want her to sign. So, yun naman, classic yun for VP Lenny. So now we're still seeing her. Yung ibang mga botante, they're trying to go near her. But right now, yeah, she's just waiting there, leaning on the wall of one school building and probably on her phone.
Okay. What's the average waiting time like for the lines here today? Would you know?
Siguro about an hour. Kasi the board the COMELEC officials here are trying to meet the social distancing protocols, so hindi din madaming nakakapasok. So about roughly an hour, but the lines can be longer.
All right. Mara, tell us again why she transferred voting precincts from Naga City now to Magaraw, Kamsur. Mara?
All right. And so VP Lenny, when her mother passed away, she and her siblings were able. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Am
hear
I
you. Go
there?
ahead.
Hello?
Mara, we can hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead. You can tell us why she transferred her voting precinct.
So VP upon the death of their mother Sally inherited one property in Magaraw town, and so they started building a home there. And just in time for the 2022 elections, VP Lenny Robredo transferred her voter registration to Magaraw, which is a town about 20 minutes by car from Naga City. At the time, that was September 2021, that fueled speculation that she would run for Camarines Sur governor because Naga City is an independent component city, meaning if you are a registered voter and a resident there, you cannot vote or run for a position in the province. And so VP Lenny had to do that also to possibly give her more options when she was still mulling between running for Camarines for governor and president. And when she did transfer voter registration, it really fueled speculation that maybe she would not push through with her candidacy. But obviously, she filed her presidential bid or certificate of candidacy for president on October 7, and now we're here. Now she is in second place in the heated presidential elections in 2022.
What about her running mate, Senator Kiko Pangilinan?
Senator Kiko Pangilinan is set to vote at 10 a.m. Now, so we're on standby also when he's going to vote at Inchican Elementary School in Silang, Cavite, where he and his wife, megastar Sharon Cuneta, are expected to cast their vote anytime soon. Just before you called, I actually received, a text message from Senator Kiko giving me a copy of the message that he has been sending to some of the supporters. Kumbaga parang just a way for him to thank them for everything that they have done for him in the campaign. And let me read to you Senator Kiko said, "It has truly been both a privilege and an honor to help lead the charge in this epic, historic battle for the soul of the nation. For this rare opportunity, I will forever be thankful. Even more so knowing that I fought hard and mightily alongside many. What an incredible journey, an amazing experience of a lifetime. Truly an honor to be able to do this with all of you, a rare God-given chance to show our love for our country and our people. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat sa sakripisyo, pagod, puyat, tiwala at suporta." And so, Senator Kiko has always been overwhelmed and truly humbled by the support that he has received from the kakampik supporters of the Lenny Kiko tandem. And even more so when the supporters would push for politicians across provinces to also endorse him, and they only endorse Lenny Robredo and try to tandem her with either Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte or Senate President Tito Soto. So tingin ko ito rin yung pinanghuhugutan ni Senator Kiko Pangilinan, yung pinakitang pagmamahal sa kanya ng mga supporters niya.
Okay, so Mara just shared the message of thanks from Kiko Pangilinan to all of his supporters. Mara also mentioned that he is in Cavite. That's where he will be voting.
Yes.
Do you know, Mara,
Yes, listen sila Cavite.
where will Lenny Robredo go after she will vote? Is she going to remain in Camarines, Kamsur, or is she going somewhere else to monitor the results of the elections?
As of now, I can say that she will be staying in Camarines Sur for today, but the plans could change depending on the results of the elections that will come in tonight and early tomorrow morning. But we know that she will be staying here in Camarines Sur for a couple of days. So just keep on following me on Twitter to give you the latest updates on the itinerary of Vice President Lenny.
Okay, when did she arrive, Kamsur, Mara? Was she there already since last night?
I believe she also arrived here siguro Sunday along with the other reporters who have been covering her kasi her meeting the Avance in Makati ended quite late, and we know that she did spend a couple of more time with her supporters and of course the guests and celebrities backstage just to thank everybody. So she probably flew in to Camarines or sometime Sunday morning.
Okay, and I think a lot of people...
We know from reliable sources that VP Lenny spent Sunday election silence with her family. We know that she attended Mass at the Archdiocese of Caceres, visiting the tomb of her late husband, a longtime Naga City Mayor and DILG Chief Jesse Robredo. And we also saw pictures of several supporters in Naga City kasi kumain sila at Biggs, which is a popular chain of a restaurant dito sa Naga City. So and she looked really calm and composed. And we are told by key people in the campaign that they are guardedly optimistic about the outcome of these elections. But of course, we're all waiting for the election returns to come and for the votes to come in to see if all the efforts of Robredo and her campaign team will pay off for her in the end.
Okay, Mara, I think those who have been following the campaign of VP Leni Robredo, she's really moving every day. She's moving from city to city around the Philippines. Saan niya nakukuha ang energy niya to do all of this? And today, maaga pa siya lining up by herself, patiently waiting in line. Hindi ba siya napapagod?
Yes. You know, I asked her the same thing when we got the chance to have her in the Rappler office in her exclusive interview with Rappler CEO and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Ressa. And she said, you know, that it's really what she has been doing for so long. And she repeatedly says that hinuhugot niya yung lakas na dun sa kanyang mga supporter na marami pa sa kanila yung abonado pa. Marami sa kanyang mga supporter, you know, really would take time off work at yung halimbawa, the Sumilaw farmers marched all the way from Mindanao just to support her presidential bid. At tingin ko yun yung nagpapalakas sa kanya ni VP Leni. I also asked the same question actually to Senator Kiko Pangilinan. I even asked him kung nakakatulog ba siya pagka dun sa kanyang sasakyan whenever they're going from one store to another. And Senator Kiko told me na not all the time kasi kapag may supporters silang nakikita sa daan na naghihintay dun sa convoy nila, talagang binababaan nila o kaya pinubuksan nila yung kanilang bintana para lang makapagpasalamat dun sa mga supporters. So, you know, for both the Leni Kiko tandem, they draw their strength from their supporters, and I think that really fueled them in this really grueling, tough 90-day campaign that saw them campaigning from early at the morning until midnight pa nga. Yung joke, diba? 18 hours. Totoo talaga yun for the Leni Kiko tandem.
Okay, sana nakatulog naman din si VP Leni Robredo. Mara, I also want to ask, I saw a tent there a while ago. Is that the media tent? And I want to know how has it been like for the media professionals, the reporters who are there? How are you being treated, and are you able to access her? How has it been so far? Okay, I think Mara, her signal is a bit spotty there. She's currently in Camsur covering VP Leni Robredo, who is lining up right now. Okay, so we'll get back to Mara Cepeda later on. Right now, we have with us a very special guest that we'll be talking to. So we just heard from Mara Cepeda. She's covering VP Leni Robredo right now, who is lining up to cast her vote today. It's a very sunny day, and according to Mara, the average waiting time here is around an hour. But that can change because as we can see now, humahaba na yung pila. So right now, let's move on and let's talk to one of the Facts First PH ambassadors. So here in this community segment for the Rappler coverage of the 2022 election, we are talking about disinformation, the online landscape. What's the sentiment online? A while ago, from the trending topics, we saw that many voters were expressing election anxiety. So with us this morning, we have Mighty Magulang with us. So you might be familiar with her. You've probably seen her videos online. Mighty Magulang, or Mona Velus Magno. She is better known, of course, as Mighty Magulang. She is joining us this morning. Nakaboto na siya. So welcome to the show, Mighty Magulang. Hello.
Hi, good morning po. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Yes, nakaboto na ako. And kami yung unang-una sa aming barangay. Kaya my son who is a PWD and I ticked off na. Maaga natapos. Very quick yung process namin.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your experience. Maraming mga voters ngayon expressing that they have been feeling election anxiety. So I actually read that when you started doing TikTok, you did this as something to help with your mental health. How has that been for you,
Correct.
especially ngayon na nagka-election tayo?
Nung umpisa, okay pa siya, masaya. Kaya lang towards, I think after the first 2 months na nagkaroon ako ng viral video nung September 21, parang dumami yung mga sumusubaybay dun sa mga TikToks ko. And with that came both good and bad. So there were a lot of people who challenged the history that I was talking about because my TikToks are all about history.
Yes. I also saw na you do genealogy as well. For those who are not familiar with this, so Mighty Magulang does history and genealogy. What does this mean, genealogy?
Genealogy is a subset of the study of history, but I focus on family trees and family stories. And that was really I am a genealogist. I have been working in this field for about 20 years, and that was really what I wanted to talk about. So a lot of the famous people in history, I've done quite a bit, and so I study their lineage, both their ascendants and their descendants.
Right. So, how do you think this relates to our elections? I saw you had a lot of videos na nag-viral during the election period. What kind of content became that you produced that became viral during the election season?
During the election season, naging viral yung mga stories about the Taliano Gold, about the family trees of the various candidates. I think there was a certain charm or there was a certain draw kapag parang may takedown ng historical denialists. So a lot of people appreciate that, but a lot of people still continue to have conversations with me online about why a certain position is so. So meron talagang bigyan lang, but there are people who try to work through yung kanilang thought process kung bakit ganito yung pag-iisip nila. And while it has been uh, parang for me to think na maraming sa mga tao dyan, marami kabataan, for example, ang hindi alam ang details ng nangyari noong 1970s at 1980s, may pagkakataon din siya to talk about the truth, the way I studied it, the way I experienced it, and it has been both, I think, stressful for me, but it has also brought me a lot of good conversations of people na parang nausap ko at naiba ko yung kanilang pananaw.
All right. So you study families, and I think very important also to understand that in the context of understanding political dynasties that operate here in the Philippines. How can we use genealogy to learn more about these political dynasties in the Philippines?
I think there is that the genealogy that I've done. I usually benchmark against the great leaders of the past. And the great leaders of the past have given us a template on what kind of leaders have actually been effective in history. We are talking about people who are committed to building their leadership, building their knowledge, building their experience, and building their character. Sana kung ito nakikita natin sa pamilya ng isang kandidato, yun yung parang like I said, parang magandang template. Sana sundin. Kung may mga red flags kanilang pamilya, yan din po ay something na magandang pag-aralan para hindi maulit.
Okay. So meron, of course, alam ko you did this for your mental health, yung paggagawa ng TikTok videos. Um, I see also some of your content. How has it been like, the hate, the anger against your content? How do you deal with this? Ano ba yung mga main contentions with the content that they're attacking you for?
Yeah. Tama ka. At first, it was fun. At first, I actually have like 3 short TikToks a day. Pero ever since people started, being a little bit more, parang fighty, yung word. Wala ko, no? Felt, okay, I have to be a little bit more scholarly with my approach. So I was judicious when I document my sources, yung ganyan. So, Um, ngayon, nung una parang medyo nalulok ako sa mga comments. Okay na ako. But I'm able to deal with it and I put it in the context of, like, I humanize them. I think that a lot of the people who fight me on social media or in the comment section are themselves victims of misinformation, disinformation. So that's how I look at it. And in the comment section, I try my best to help bring them to the light.
Right, you mentioned something scholarly. You said you approach things in a scholarly way. I know that you do a lot of research, to produce this content. There, may katapat yan na research. Pero we also hear people saying, I do my own research, pero disinformation naman yung nababasa nila. So I think, walk us through your process. What is it like if you're someone who's interested in genealogy, in history? What kind of research do you have to do? Where do you go? Do you just do online sources? What's your process like when you're doing your research?
When I do my research, of course, I get whatever is already available, like birth certificates, marriage licenses, death certificates, because this provides information on ascendants. When you already exhaust all of the available hard copies, there are websites that you can use, ancestry.com, familysearch.org. There are a lot of paid sites like newspaper.com where you can get news articles, historical news articles. There are books also that reference historical personalities by the National Historical Commission. And when you've exhausted all of that and you are still short of something, that's when we do legwork. And by legwork, we mean we go to cemeteries, we go to the civil registry or the church where that person was baptized. The books in general, the scholarly books that are peer-reviewed or they come from reputable universities, we use this for context because the primary documents can give us facts, but all of these books frame those individuals in the context of the time period where they live. So, facts for the documents and context kapag nasa libro.
Wow, so pinupuntahan mo talaga ang mga cemetery to cross-check. So, yeah, that's a thank you for explaining what your research process is like. Kasi I think no joke talaga ang research. We've seen this word thrown around so much na I've done my research, and for some people that may just mean watching numerous YouTube videos. Pero for a researcher like Mighty Magulang, for example, pinupuntahan niya talaga mga cemetery o churches to physically hold them, di ba? Para sure ka talaga that your source is reliable. Now, you're part of our initiative, Facts First PH. You've been such a great ambassador for the Facts First PH initiative. I want to ask you, how do you think this information will affect your practice of genealogy?
If anything, it affirms it. This culture of basing up the information we share on facts affirms our approach when we do genealogy research. And sana nga, more individuals, more young people are inspired by that rigor. We have to remember na kapag gumagawa tayo ng story, gumagawa tayo ng content sa social media, hindi lang basta Google ka lang, yun na yun. You have to learn how to be discerning, you have to apply critical thinking, you have to be digitally savvy. Maraming mga skills na kailangang i-build ng kabataan para generate ng magandang content. And dahil dito, ito nga yung nagiging parang inspiration natin na parang kailangan, we should stay on this level, we should have this kind of standard para sa lahat ng content na nilalabas natin.
Right, and your name on social media is Mighty Magulang, so you really embrace this role as a parent. What's your advice for other parents who are watching right now? How can they instill these same skills and values that you are espousing on your channels?
For all of the parents out there, dapat kayo po ang ehemplo, kayo ang example. You have to live, you have to walk the talk. You have to be digitally savvy yourselves. You have to know which sources are reputable, which are not, and you have to teach your kids about history. We have to have casual conversations about history and why it is relevant today. I think we have to start looking at historical experiences and making them usable in everyday life.
Nice. So really making it a daily practice, di ba? Making truth-telling an everyday practice, or remembering our history as an everyday practice. So, Happy Mother's Day nga pala. Belated Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
And for the voters who are watching you right now, probably they are on their way to the voting precincts or nakaboto na sila. If you have any message to them, go ahead.
Sa mga katulad ko pong magulang na ngayon pa lang boboto, iboto niyo po yung mga tao na gusto nyong gayahin ng mga anak niyo. Yun po ang ating kailangan suportahan para lumakas ang demokrasya ng Pilipinas.
Yes. And I think I like what you said also of parents na you have to learn how to be digitally savvy. A lot of parents, siguro they have a hesitation, natatakot sila with the technology, but I think you are a fantastic example that, it's very much possible. You are a mom, you are on TikTok, your kids are not cringing that you're on TikTok, your content is awesome.
They are sometimes.
They are.
That's a different story altogether.
But yeah, so kakayanin. So I think you're a great example na yun, yung really learning and keeping up with the times, learning from your children as well. So thank you very much for joining us this morning and for being such a great Facts First PH ambassador. You have really helped us reach out to a larger community, sharing facts based on history, genealogy. So for those of you that are not following Mighty Magulang yet, please follow her and check out all her content. So thank you very much, Ms. Mona, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And for those who haven't voted yet, here's what to expect during the voting process. Let's watch this video.
Paano bumoto sa May 9, 2022? Sa darating na halalan, May 9, may pandemya pa rin. Kaya't narito ang gabay para sa lahat ng mga botante. Magbubukas ang mga presinto ng 6 o'clock ng umaga at ito ay magsasara ng 7 o'clock ng gabi. Magdala ng ballpen na gagamitin mo sa pagpirma ng Election Day Computerized Voters List. Magsuot ng face mask at face shield para sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Tandaan na hindi kailangan magpresenta ng COVID-19 vaccination card o ng negative COVID-19 test result para makaboto. Sa inyong pagpasok sa presinto, asahan ang pag-implementa ng health protocols. Step 1. Temperature check. Kung ang iyong temperatura ay 37.4 Celsius at pababa, ang botante ay maaaring dumiretso na at bumoto. Kung ang temperatura naman ay 37.5 Celsius at pataas, makakaboto pa rin ang botante, ngunit dadalhin siya sa isang isolated polling precinct na gagabayan ng mga election workers na nakasuot ng Personal Protective Equipment o PPE. Tandaan na nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon na karapatan ng bawat isa ang makaboto. Kung kaya't kahit na suspected o nagpositibo sa COVID, may karapatan ka pa ring bumoto. Step 2. Identification. Magtungo sa Voters Assistance Desk at ibigay ang iyong pangalan. Dito ay malalaman mo kung saan ang iyong polling precinct. Maaari ring alamin ang iyong polling precinct bago pa umalis ng bahay. Makikita ito sa voterverifier.comelec.gov.ph/voter_precinct. Step 3. Get your ballot. Sa iyong presinto, lumapit sa miyembro ng Electoral Board o support staff. Ibigay ang iyong pangalan, precinct number at iba pang detalye. Para maging sigurado, magdala ng valid ID kung sakaling hanapin. Tandaan na huwag tanggapin ang balota kung ito ay may punit, marka o shade. Suriin ang balota sa desk mismo ng Electoral Board. Ayon sa guidelines na inilabas ng COMELEC, ang bawat botante ay may isang pagkakataon lamang bumoto dahil iisang balota lamang ang nakatalaga sa bawat botante. Kaya't maging maingat sa pag-fill up ng inyong balota. Step 4. Fill up your ballot. Ngayong hawak mo na ang iyong balota, tandaan na limitado lamang ang mga maaari mong iboto kada posisyon. Isa lamang para sa President at Vice President. Maximum naman ng 12 para sa Senador. Isa lamang para sa House of Representatives o Congressman o Congresswoman. Isa lang din para sa Governor at Vice Governor. Iba-iba naman ang bilang para sa mga board member sa iba't ibang distrito. Isa lamang para sa Mayor at Vice Mayor. Iba-iba rin ang bilang para sa mga councilor. Isa lamang para sa party list. Tandaan na kapag sumobra ang iyong boto, invalidated na ang iyong boto para sa naturang posisyon. Halimbawa, 13 ang na-shade mong senador, lahat ng iyong boto sa pagkasenador ay wala ng bisa. Ngunit, maaari ka naman mag-undervote o mag-abstain sa pagpili ng mga kandidato. Sa pag-shade ng balota, tandaan na ang COMELEC mismo ang magpapahiram ng marking pens. Tiyakin na fully shaded ang oval sa tabi ng iyong napiling kandidato. Huwag magmarka ng X-mark, check o half shade. Mainam din na maghanda ng listahan ng inyong mga iboboto upang mas maging mabilis at maiwasang magkamali sa balota. Pero paalala, bawal magdala ng campaign materials sa loob ng presinto. Huwag rin kalimutan na mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang pagkuha ng litrato ng inyong balota at VCM receipt. Step 5. Cast your ballot. Pagkatapos mong punan ang iyong balota, ilagay lamang ito sa loob ng ballot secrecy folder. Dalhin ito sa vote counting machine o VCM at ipasok ito sa machine. Huwag aalis agad. Antayin munang maproseso ang iyong balota. Pagkatapos ay mamarkahan ng poll clerk ang iyong daliri ng indelible ink at ibibigay sa iyo ang voting receipt. I-review mo kung tama ang pagproseso ng VCM sa iyong balota. Iiwan mo ito sa designated box. Kung hindi tugma ang iyong boto sa voting receipt na natanggap, i-report ito agad sa Board of Inspectors upang mairehistro ang iyong sitwasyon. Pagkatapos nito, matagumpay ka nang nakaboto para sa susunod nating mga pinuno. Muli, bumoto at manghikayat na bumoto sa May 9, 2022 mula 6 o'clock ng umaga hanggang 7 o'clock ng gabi. #WeDecide. Atin ang Pilipinas.
Hello and welcome to the Rappler newsroom. My name is Happy Ferrarin. Today is May 9. It is election day and over 60 million Filipinos are expected to vote today. So as you can see behind me, this is the famous Rappler logo. This is what will greet you when you enter our newsroom. The balloons are also part of the aesthetic. So itong balloons we place them pag may special coverage tayo. So for you to tune in to Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 elections, you just have to follow the hashtags PHVote and #WeDecide. So right now, I'm inside the Rappler newsroom and we have all our reporters and editors in here. So medyo busy ngayon. So this is the coverage of the coverage. And as you can see, behind me, you can see already some of the action that's happening. Here to my left, this is where we have our breakfast. So shout out to my fellow 4 a.m. shifters. We started our shift at 4 a.m. and started our coverage actually at 5 a.m. this morning. And so I'm about to enter. You can see also they're preparing for the news panel that will be happening shortly after this. And okay, over here, we have one of our reporters, Michelle Abad. Hello, Michelle. Sorry for disturbing you. But early this morning, we saw that many people were feeling anxious. That was a trending topic on Twitter. Kamusta naman for media professionals such as yourself?
For me personally, medyo joke time ang tulog ko kanina. Like medyo drifting in and out kasi sino bang nakatulog sa atin sa Pilipinas ngayon kasi super high stakes ang election natin ngayon, no? But I think normal yun, tao din naman tayo sa media, no? So, ayun, but I think there was a mix of anxiety and hope kanina umaga, but I think dumadagdag na ulit ang anxiety, no? Kasi parang may dumadagdag na reports ng mga, you know, diba, yung iniiwan daw yung mga ballots, ganun. So we're receiving all of these reports at the same time. So, ayun, it's just something that we're getting by as we do our work today.
All right. And how does it compare to a regular day? So how is an election day different from normal regular days?
Well, for one, first time kong pumasok sa office ng 4 a.m. Kasi first election coverage ko din naman to since going into the newsroom. Usually naman nung pre-pandemic may pagkaingay din naman ang newsroom, pero today very fast moving, palaging may nangyayari sa group chats and palaging may kailangang gawin. So ayun, very focused tayo ngayon.
Okay, so extra ingay and extra more updates. So thank you, Michelle, for joining us in this newsroom tour. So you can see many people are like talking behind me. And I will go to one of the Rappler editors. She is our executive editor. This is Glenda Gloria behind me. Hello! Miss Glenda, how are you feeling today?
Good. There's a lot of energy in the newsroom. This is our first major coverage face-to-face, and so we're very focused on what we have to do.
Okay. Compare this to the 2016 election. How different is it today compared to 2016?
Well, there's a lot of, it's a more divisive elections for sure. There's a lot of emotions involved, but as we told our staff, a few days ago when we met, we need to park our feelings because there's a job that has to be done, which is really to provide information to our viewers and to our readers and give them context.
Okay. Parking our feelings, how do we do that?
We do that by working and telling the story of this nation, whatever happens tomorrow.
All right, and any message to those who are watching right now?
Well, just tune in to Rappler. Don't believe in fake news. Don't help spread fake news. Don't spread lies, just the truth. This is a battle for truth as well.
Right. Thank you. So that was Glenda Gloria, our executive editor. So this is where the editors actually hang out. We call it the bridge. So you can see them there behind me. And then around us also are the reporters, the community team, the social media team. And in front of me is the panel. Ayan na, nagkakape na sila. So I'll turn you over right now to Sofia Toma Cruz for her panel and for you to meet the special guests with her as well.
Ikaw ang bida. Sa darating na eleksyon, sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon. Atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton. Aton.
Gawan tayo'y
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.
Hello, I'm Sophie Toma Cruz, and with me right now is Dr. Josh San Pedro, together with Rappler Editor-at-Large Marites Vidog, Ateneo Sociologist Jail Cornelio, and De La Salle University Political Scientist Professor Kiko Magno. But before that, let's watch this. Okay. Right. So I just want to ask first off. It's now 10:38 a.m. Polls have been open for almost 5 hours. Who here has voted today? Have you all voted? Nice. So share with us your experience.
I think I was one of the first in our precinct. Before 6 a.m., I was there. And the only, well, just for senior citizens, I didn't know that we had a special queue. But anyway, so I was told to go to a queue. It was fast. My only anxiety was when twice the machine misread my ballot. So I said, oh my God.
Like, how did it misread? Like different
I don't know.
names?
It just says your ballot is misread.
So what did you do?
So first, and then a second try, and I said, oh my God, this third try should work. So my third try worked. It said, you have cast your vote. Thank you for voting.
So a bit of a stressful experience, but good thing you voted. How about you, Professor Kiko?
I was there at 6 a.m. Precisely, gusto ko mauna kasi previously I voted around 8 or 9 a.m. Pero mahaba ang pila, hindi ako abot dito. So it was really conscious on my part to arrive at 6. But I wasn't the first. There was a long line. Unfortunately, hindi ko pa na-reach yung special privilege ni Marquez. So I had to wait, but it's just an hour. Despite the pandemic, it's efficient.
That's good, relatively smooth. Oh, what about you, Jail?
Well, I was anxious at the onset kasi I was seeing on Twitter na parang, oh, machines were malfunctioning everywhere. Na parang, no, this can't malfunction here in Pasig. I have to be at Rappler. No responsibilidad. And, but thankfully it was, well, the queue was not that long, but the movement was rather slow. And maybe because the senior citizens were ahead of us, and so it took them much longer time.
Special privilege talaga eh.
Special privilege talaga. I know, I understand, understandably. Pero somehow, and maybe I should say this too, there was something got stirred up in me when I was shading certain numbers. I felt like it was really an emotional election. Very different from what we had in 2016.
Right.
And I think for many Filipinos, I think that was the same experience.
Yeah, I know, Josh, you're going to vote a little bit later today. But so everybody here, of course, I know has watched this election very closely. Tell me, what is your biggest takeaway so far from this particular election season? Because our Jail.
Biggest takeaway? In many ways, we can say na a lot of things became unprecedented. I understand, for example, the mobilization of a lot of young people and so forth, the mobilization of volunteers left and right. As a sociologist, that excites me kasi that means that democracy is alive. I don't really care if these people are in the minority. Say, for example, those on Lenny's camp. Diba? Statistically speaking, they might be in the minority. But I don't think democracy works really like that, a majority versus minority. From a sociological, siguro si Sir Kiko would have more things to say about this. No? Pero from a sociological perspective, the fact that people are not saying, well, we're giving up, we're done with the past 6 years, we want to leave this country, is really an achievement in itself. And it's not only because of one person. I think it's because of what sociologists would call organic formations of solidarity. And that's wonderful because that means we can still speak truth to power, whoever might win.
That's super interesting. That's a really interesting point to bring up because, you're saying democracy is alive and you see that in this election. But of course, this election is also being, illustrated as a kind of do or die election. Quite an existential democracy. What do you have to say about that, Maritas?
Yeah, I think it's parallel to what Jail said. It's really the nature of the campaign of VP Leni Robredo. I mean, since I've been around longer than most of you, this is the most consequential elections. Of course, you know this. For me, I've never seen this fervor since 1986 EDSA. I was a young reporter then. So it's fascinating to see first-time voters do house-to-house campaigns. Again, unprecedented. I know that house-to-house campaigns are done for local candidates, but to see this for a national candidate is also unprecedented. So many things nga are new in this campaign. So I guess it's what we will discover. So many things will be written about 2022.
Pero not, if I may ask, pwede
Yeah,
ba?
of course,
No,
go ahead.
but what was it like, ma'am, in 1986? I was 4 years old at that time. So,
Jail
not
naman.
to divulge. pero that's really interesting. Kasi
Yeah.
parang, was it really different?
Naging historian si Maricel.
Naging
Oo nga.
historian, I mean,
Hindi,
di ba?
based on
Journalist
my
memory,
first
di ba?
person account. I was a reporter.
What was it like? Parang, kasi at that time, I'm sure the anger was there too, the
Yes.
disappointment was
The
there
context
too.
was different because it sort of reached the peak of people's anger against the dictator Ferdinand Marcos. So that there were days that we felt peril. I mean, as a reporter, I was covering the first days of EDSA. I covered from the 1983 assassination of Aquino till 86. So during the first days of EDSA, we felt the peril. But you know, as reporters, we're not supposed to leave our our scene of coverage. So so here we didn't feel any danger in 2022. We didn't feel any physical danger, but we felt the danger of disinformation, of a return of a disgraced political family. So iba yung context, pero yung fervor ng 86 was really grabe. I mean, as you all know, you've all read about this, no? I mean, also at the time, unprecedented.
About you, Professor Kiko, what was your biggest takeaway so far from this election cycle?
Yeah, so Jail and Marites shared what's new. I agree that there is a lot of change that happened, but there's also continuity in the sense that there's still a lot of reliance on local politicians, the local political bailiwicks, and that's true for all candidates. They tried it. They tried to court their support. But the thing is that we have a president who cannot run, our existing current president, who cannot run for re-election, and yet he retains a large approval rating. So, ang ginawa ngayon ng ibang candidates, they tried other ways. Kasi hindi nila makuha yung mga local politicians eh. Basically, they're looking for continuity. Although I think they found the continuity in Vice Mayor Duterte. And I think for many Filipinos, they're thinking that this is the second term of President Duterte through Vice Mayor, Sara. Kasi madalas hindi naman nila na yung distinction between the use of the names, no? Kaya I think that's the biggest benefit of the front runner in the polls, of Marcos. But I would agree with Marites and Jail that this provided the gateway, if you may, or the opportunity for the other candidates to look at other means. Although they also still use the trying to get the support of local politicians, and the other candidates actually succeeded. Even second placer in the polls, Lenny Robredo, was able to get
local support.
Especially yung mga cities, provinces, where there's really a strong support for the Vice President, especially the Bicol region.
And are they really important ba, sir? Endorsements by local government?
Well, it's also very important for the local politicians themselves. Seeing the large rallies, as you notice, there was a big rally not a big rally, but compared to the other mammoth rallies in Bulacan. Yeah. And so the governor endorsed VP Lenny after that rally. And there was an even bigger rally, a second rally after that.
Got it.
So I can see another example is perhaps the governor of Negros Occidental. So walang choice, no? Walang choice yung mga local politicians. Kasi they might lose that election. Especially in the Bicol region. Meron bang governor sa Bicol region na nag-endorse ng other presidential candidate other than Lenny?
I think Cheese Escudero has not
endorsed
openly endorsed.
But wala silang in-endorse.
Wala siyang in-endorse.
Kabila.
No?
But it's not Governor Escudero, but perhaps those running for re-election in the local positions.
Yes, because Escudero is gunning for the Senate this time.
In a way, it's returning to the Senate. At the
One of
same
the
time,
compact
part rin naman siya no. Of course, meron tayong tinatawag na shared candidates.
Yeah.
So si Governor Escudero is in, I
Everywhere.
think all the tickets.
So, can I ask a question? So malalaman lang natin after this election kung anong mas importante, the
Oo nga.
volunteer-driven campaign or
Yeah.
the ones that are run by local officials. Di ba tawag doon command votes? So, or do we have a mix of both?
I think we should look at the mix. Yung command vote siguro yung nagmo-mobilize nga, siguro yung understanding natin, mayroon tinatawag na bailiwicks, no? Mga existing those in existing positions down to the barangay level, no? Yung mga yan yung command votes na tatawag. Pero may command vote rin yung if there is yung mga organizations like professional organizations, mga networks,
The
even
church.
churches.
Right.
Si Jayu, maybe we can explain the different organizations. Maybe we can talk a little bit, Sophia. I think you have notes on the endorsements. Kung titingnan natin yung different candidates,
Yeah.
saan nakakuha sila ng endorsements?
Yes, let's talk about that. But before we talk about that, I also want to talk about, because you mentioned already the volunteerism campaign, and I think that was most seen, of course, with Vice President Lenny Robredo's campaign. That, of course, was seen in the house-to-house activities, but we also saw a lot of activity online. I want to bring joining us is Digital Forensics team member Gabby Baizas. So she'll tell us a little bit about her latest piece on female candidates Robredo and Duterte facing gendered attacks online. Because, of course, you can use social media as a force for good in rallying people to coordinate such volunteerism activities. There's also this other side to it. And Gabby can tell us more about that.
Okay, so when we were discussing, looking into the attacks against the candidates, we've actually been researching on misogynistic attacks online for the longest time. And we thought that in the lead up to the elections, because, these elections were largely saw like a lot of people talking online, driving their discussions online. So we also saw a rise in attacks online towards candidates, especially for Vice President Lenny Robredo. So we decided to look into the fact that Vice President Lenny Robredo she's the only female presidential candidate. But at the same time, for the vice presidential race, the only female vice presidential candidate is the president's daughter, Sara Duterte. So we wanted to see and kind of compare if there was a difference in the way that they were being attacked online for the basis of their gender. So what we discovered was that they both had, they both received attacks online on the basis of their gender, but at the same time, the attacks towards Vice President Lenny Robredo were, much, greater than the attacks against Sara Duterte. And the narratives also were very different when we were looking into the misogynistic attacks. So what we did was we had a lexicon of misogynistic keywords that we've compiled over the years, and we wanted to see which words were being used the most to attack these two candidates. So as for Lenny Robredo, I think all of us are familiar with the way that she's being attacked online. A lot of people try to discredit her intelligence. They call her boba, they call her lutang, they call her tanga. They even have a special name for her. They call her madam. So it's a combination of the words madam and dumb. So they really try to downplay her intelligence by taking some of her statements out of context in an attempt to make her look like she doesn't know what she's talking about, or that she's very clumsy and everything. So that was the main narrative against Lenny Robredo. And what makes it so difficult is that what is your there's no exact metric for being boba or being dumb, being unintelligent in general. And that's something that you can't directly address because it's very subjective. You can't outright debunk it. But what fact checkers have been doing is that fact checkers from Rappler, fact checkers from different fact checking organizations have fact checked specific false claims that make that paint Robredo as dumb, paint her as intelligent. So when there's some statements that people take out of context, these fact checkers add extra context and they tell them, oh no, this is actually what she meant, this is what she said. This video or this post doesn't capture the entire context of the discussion. So that's for Lenny Robredo. There were a lot of attacks on her intelligence. But what was surprising for me was that there were still misogynistic attacks on Sara Duterte, because while people say that Lenny is she's dumb, she's stupid, she's not incompetent. I mean, she's incompetent and she can't lead as president. You don't really see the same kind of attacks on Sarah's intelligence. But what we found in our research was that the attacks on Sarah were kind of sexualized, and they attacked her for her more masculine demeanor. Because while Lenny Robredo is more very stereotypically feminine, Sarah is more, she's more masculine in the sense that she cuts her hair short. She said this herself. She wants to cut her hair short when she wants to express herself as a man. Or minsan naman kasi like the headlines back then, like she made headlines back then for punching a court sheriff in Davao City over a demolition project. So there's that aspect of how people call her tomboy or tibo. And also remember when President Duterte in his campaign for 2016, he was already very, he made himself known as a misogynist because of his controversial sexist remarks. Everyone remembers when his controversial remark about the rape of an Australian missionary. Sabi na dapat mayor ang nauna. What happened there was, so Sarah herself, she admitted that she was a rape victim herself. So what we found out in our research was that people were actually using that against her, in the sense that they would call her Sarah Gahasa or Inday Sarah Gahasa. So it was very, very alluding to like gender-based violence, sexual violence, and they were like belittling her as a rape victim in essence. But those are the narratives against Sarah. But as I mentioned earlier, Sarah is more masculine performing. Like she comes off as like a not stereotypically feminine woman. And people have said, like in some of our Rappler talks, like people have mentioned that this performance of masculinity actually can be good for her campaign, because while people say, oh, Lenny Robredo is not fit to run for president because she's a woman, at least for Sara Duterte, she comes off as masculine. She has masculine energy. She comes off as strong and assertive. So this is why some people might perceive her as more competent, more competent than Lenny Robredo.
Right.
And
That's an interesting point you raised, Gabby, and I want to parse that more. But then just before we go into that, a while ago on the screen we saw. Okay, so now you're seeing Walden Bello voting in Quezon City. Jairo is there. Maybe we can listen in a bit on what is happening. So of course you see him filling out his ballot, and our reporter Jairo Valiado is on the ground covering, of course. So I think during this whole election season, the run of course, Labor leader Calyodi and Walden Bello was, of course, very significant for different reasons. Maybe, Jail, can you talk a little bit more about, how significant their run was in just, I think, maybe leveling out or trying to open up the playing field a little bit more?
No, that's exactly the answer to the question. I think their main contribution to the democratic process right now is presenting a very different alternative, a very different perspective in how we understand labor issues, in how we understand the West Philippine Sea, and many other issues, confronting Duterte's illiberal reforms, for example. Walden Bello, in his early writings about Duterte, calls him fascist. What was his adjective?
Axis of evil.
Axis of evil, and he was calling it like a different kind of fascist Duterte was, right? Yes. And Duterte has been. And so in a way, and we saw also how, especially Walden Bello, performed in the debates, confronting the absentees, namely Sara Duterte and Bongbong Marcos. In a way, I think that's the kind of democratic discourse that we want and we would need in this country. Often we're too polite. we want to respect one another, and we have all sorts of words for that, diba? Respect, unity, and pakikisama, pagkakaisa, and so forth. And I feel that that's one big contribution as well. So one, opening up the discursive space about progressive issues, and then two, the personality itself. I'm not sure if we are really ready for that just yet, pero at least now we have that opening.
Yeah. Do you see, Professor Kiko, do you see it lasting beyond this election? That kind of open space, or it opening up even more?
Well, talking about the campaign waged by Walden and Calyodi, it's a program-based campaign.
Yeah.
No celebrity. I don't know if there are celebrities.
Ano po
They,
na?
they also they had
Chomsky.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
who's an intellectual
Yes,
giant.
yes.
But
Or Roxanne another
precisely,
way.
yeah, I grew up with Chomsky. Manufactured consent. Maybe that is something that is very relevant in these days, the idea of false consciousness. It has to be pushed, the clamor for programmatic-based politics and governance. And it has to be tied up with civic education, citizen education, not only during elections, but it's continuous. And in between elections, people should be monitoring the performance of politicians. So I think a big casualty of these elections is the low level of deliberations. Unang-una, ilang debates ba yung nangyari? Yung pangalawa nga, hindi pa natuloy dahil nagkaroon yata ng problem, no? Pero it's because the key candidates did not engage in the process. And, well, if we want a deeper form of democracy, it has to be a competition with respect to ideas.
Di ba?
Siguro yung kanina, yung kinikwento ni Gabi, no? Ang bashing dun sa gender.
Yes.
Superficial, no? How you look, how you exhibit or you show yourself. Ang tanong ko kay Gabi, pwede ba magtanong kay Gabi? Meron
but
bang...
also, before we go back to Gabi, so just a little bit about what you're seeing on screen right now. It's, so Walden has finished voting. Of course, that's his inked finger. And so Walden Bello is voting in Quezon City, but his running mate, Labor leader Leody de Guzman, of course, is voting in Cainta Rizal. So separate polling precincts, but of course we're on the ground to cover both. So yes, Professor Kiko, you wanted to ask Gabi a question.
Gabi. Regarding yung bashing ba, tiningnan nyo ba yung source ng bashing? Yung authenticated ba yung mga accounts or panay? Is that the level of assessment na meron bang gano'n? That's first. The second, meron bang bashing dun sa ideas mismo ng candidates? Kasi ang bashing, sinasabi mo, tungkol sa gender nila, how they act, hindi yung ideas. Kasi gaya nga nung pinag-usapan natin, yung program-based, pwede namang bashing or criticism is
based on the program.
Based on the ideas, based on the program.
Well, sa amin po kasi, like, we specifically looked into misogynistic attacks. So, these attacks were more, they were attacked because they were women, not so much because people were criticizing, let's say, some of their statements or kunwari yung mga ideas nila on different issues in essence. And when we were looking po kasi like at who were like the people who were attacking them, we actually noticed that it was actually, these were real people. These were real people that were attacking them. I mean, we had influencers, like for instance, like yung mga people that were attacking Lenny Robredo. These included, you know, the very popular pro-Duterte bloggers. So these included Boca Uson, Sasot. They were using these misogynistic words against, you know, against Lenny Robredo. And I think I wanted to like emphasize that the reason why we see a rise in misogynistic attacks online is because for the past 6 years we've had a president who was a misogynist. So he influenced. I mean, even if the president's not on social media, I was speaking with communication professors. I was speaking with sociologists, gender experts, and they said that even if you know he's not on social media himself, because he's been in his speeches, he's been very outright sexist. Like he's had a lot of sexist remarks in his different speeches. So of course, like when you have a national leader who is attacking women, who's degrading women like that, then naturally that kind of culture will, you know, it'll emerge from, you know, ordinary people. So if the president thinks it's okay to degrade women like that, edi syempre what more, you know, ordinary women, what more, like ordinary men also will feel, you know, more empowered parang to like attack ordinary women, attack powerful women. ayun, so parang we've seen these were attacks from real people who were kind of mirroring the misogyny of the president. Ayun, so pretty much they were just attacking them on the basis of their gender. So that was what we discovered in our research.
Gabby, I'm curious. So of course, definitely playing out to into the online world. How much space do these gendered attacks take up in the online discussion surrounding these candidates?
Well, I could say at least for Vice President Lenny Robredo, I think it's a very big part of why she's being attacked online because there were lots of different research projects that said that Lenny Robredo, I mean, apart from the misogynistic attacks, but attacks on her in general, she is the top target of disinformation online. So this is in the lead up to the election. That's what people noticed. That's what different researchers were noticing, that a lot of disinformation and false claims surrounding Robredo were meant to, belittle her, were meant to degrade her, were meant to discredit her in general. And a lot of that, I feel like, stems from the fact that she is a woman, but also I think it's because she's been a very powerful opposition figure for the past 6 years. And of course, Lenny has been, very outspoken about her criticisms of the government and what she's very competent also as a leader. She's done lots of work as vice president. The relief efforts that she's done, the COVID-19 response of her office has been, excellent. So of course, that was also like a driving factor. So as I mentioned earlier, like Sarah had gotten attacked also on the basis of her gender.
Yeah, let's
But
hold on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hold on that thought because right now what we're seeing on screen is Manila Mayor Esco Moreno voting, of course, in Tondo, Manila. Maybe we can listen in a bit on what he's saying. Okay, so audio is a little bit hard. Okay. Yeah, audio is a little bit hard to understand, but that was Manila Mayor Esco Moreno voting. Esco Moreno Domagoso, of course, voting in his precinct. So his vice presidential tandem, of course, Willie Ong, I think, is voting in Dasmariñas Village a little bit later today. Just curious, Gabby, what sort of online discussion is surrounding candidate Esco Moreno Domagoso?
At least for Isco, his narrative, Isco's narrative, as he presents himself as an alternative candidate, because I think most of the discussions online, when we had a report released over the weekend also about the election landscape. So we looked into the different conversations surrounding different candidates online. And what we noticed though was that very like in the surveys, it was clearly a two-way race between Marcos and Robredo. So what Isco was trying to do was, present himself as an alternative to, this perceived, dichotomy, so to speak. It's not like we all know that, lots of people have, different options for president, but of course, what we've seen on the ground and also what we've seen on social media is that most people are talking about Marcos and Robredo. So Isco has trying to he's been trying to penetrate that space, trying to present himself as an alternative candidate. And I think there was a lot of respect for Isco for presenting himself as an alternative candidate. But I think in terms of social media discussions surrounding Isco, I think there was for the Easter press conference that happened recently where they called on, they reminded themselves we're still running in this race, and he himself got emotional and, he called on Robredo to withdraw from the race herself, even though the other presidential candidates with him didn't subscribe to that thinking. I think a lot of people on social media, they lost respect for him after that. They were thinking that, he was getting carried away with his emotions, and why was he attacking the second placer when you could attack why would you attack the second placer? There's a clear front runner in the surveys. Marcos is leading by a mile, so it was very weird. That was the general sentiment online. They found that very off-putting, unsettling, and I think it showed also in the surveys, because the latest survey I think that was conducted after the press conference is because numbers went down. So that's pretty much, we kind of get that idea about ISCO Online. And I think people have been talking about how, ISCO has been, attacking Robredo in the in recent days. So people have been, like discussing how he presents himself as an alternative candidate, but he also, like, apart from that, like, he dedicates a lot of his time to, attacking his rivals. So that's what we've been seeing online.
Yeah. Jill, you wanted to add something to that?
No, I wanted to say too that I think Isko Moreno tried to invested in YouTube ads, really long YouTube ads. Every time you log on YouTube, you would have 5 minutes of your time, diba? He would take it, but I don't know if it was really effective in the end. Because primarily, I feel that Isko Moreno's messaging was rather incoherent. In some cases, he would talk about God first. In other cases, he would talk about being a man of the poor. And then in other cases, he would talk about himself as an alternative candidate. So those are all rather incoherent messages. Tapos, nalilito pa rin ako hanggang ngayon. Ganito ba siya or ganon, di ba? Like, yung gesture niya, yung pang marijuana ba? Or yung di ba pang marijuana yun? Pang marijuana yun, di ba? Marijuana yun.
Yeah, that's like a symbol for...
Can I add?
Of course.
I think the mayor lost traction along the way. Lost momentum.
Sayang.
Kasi yung conversation actually napunta na sa corruption, no? And I think he made a very powerful message na bayaran yung tax liabilities ng mga Marcoses. Kaya I agree with Jail, parang nagkahalo-halo eh. And in the end, naging polarized because we have to understand na polarizing figure yung Marcos, no? Kaya naging two-way race na. Kaya parang nabaliwala yung mga ibang candidates. Kasi nga, it depends on how strong is your stance regarding corruption and the idea of really democracy versus authoritarianism.
Yeah, John Neri, our Rappler columnist, also said something really interesting yesterday. He said that Isko Moreno might be the biggest what-if candidate of this election because, of course, early on he had good numbers, but
He did.
yeah. But towards the end, of course, that wasn't the case. And just going by, let's say, the latest pre-election survey, his numbers went even further down, especially after the Easter press conference. Yeah. So, again, we see on screen right now, yes, this is still Mayor Isko Moreno voting in Tondo. So, our Rappler reporter, Pia Renada, is on the ground, of course. She says that this is actually room 303 of the Magat Salamat Elementary School, where Manila Mayor Isko Moreno is casting his vote today. And earlier, my mistake, but earlier, his vice presidential bet, Willie Ong, already went to Dasmariñas Clubhouse to cast his vote about an hour ago. So maybe we can speak to Pia later on and see what the mood is like there. But you mentioned earlier, Professor Kiko, you want to talk about endorsements, like local endorsements, right? So, of course, in the context of, let's say, a candidate like Mayor Isko Moreno who wanted to be like a third party, just like an alternative option, how big of a role would that have played for his campaign if he wanted to posture himself as someone like that?
Yeah, which means that you are able to mobilize other forces other than the traditional political elites. And we saw in this campaign, a lot of them went to the front runner. Precisely, the idea is to unite all of them, all these local politicians. Therefore, you have to find a way by which you can mobilize forces. Parang pantapat dun sa mga traditional political forces. Although I would say that the best combination would be a little bit of his traditional forces, and VP Lenny was able to get a number of them, plus the big support of civil society organizations. I
Right.
think Mayor Isko was able to get that type of support, although there were also those who switched along the way. And that's usual, that's normal in any election. Nagkakaroon ng switching along the way. Especially kung volunteer, volunteer groups. Wala namang turncoatism dyan, no? In fact, wala nga tayong political turncoatism law. Even politicians, kahit yung mga parties, no?
They can switch.
Kasi wala namang penalties. How much more with volunteer groups?
Well, if I may ask, no, is it because he ran too early?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. He should have finished his...
Like
he's
nine
doing very
years
well,
no,
actually.
as a mayor, no,
at the city
asserted
level.
his credibility.
And the other thing is this unity team. Mayor Sara from Mindanao and Bongbong from the solid north, the so-called north. It's if you look at the surveys, a lot of support of the candidates came from the regions. So you have to analyze those figures. No? So yung nasa north, talagang makikita natin. No? But it would not have been enough kung hindi nag-unite.
The south and north.
The north and the south.
So pwede palang
Madoble.
i-transfer yung popularity ni Duterte sa running mate niya because they united.
Based on the perception of people. Kasi nga, very personality-based. I think that's the legacy of populism. No? And it's not easy to break that.
Pero yun nga po yung interesting, di po ba, na parang even if Duterte has not really endorsed BBM, people see that he's a continuation. Yes. Diba? He will continue. Bongbong will continue Duterte's legacy.
He does not have to really make it very explicit. Just by the name Duterte being in the ballot,
that's it.
I think that's enough.
Right. Just going back a little bit to Isko, no? I'm curious what you think might have been some campaign messages that really worked for him. Because, for example, of course, Manila, he always talked about, look at Manila, I don't run on promises, I run on prototypes. I mean, I think one perfect example of that would be probably his response to the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the early part of the campaign, Isko really used the bilis kilos aspect. But all of a sudden now, we're not really hearing about that anymore. Parang it's also as if parang nag-peak siya too early in terms of his campaigning, especially when before filing, he would really even call out the administration pa nga, no? Parang especially with the handling of the pandemic, telling the administration na parang instead you should focus on buying medicines. You should focus on building field hospitals the way that he did in Manila. No? Parang he used that as a point of pride, no? That he was able to do in Manila that the national government was not able to. That people were turning to him for the expensive medicines that they could not procure in public hospitals. No? And then it was him and also the Office of the Vice President that were able to sort of compete with the national government in terms of providing the health services. No? And that time, parang it really was yung aspect na kaya namin gawin better than the national government, especially with regards to the pandemic. But all of a sudden, as the topic shifted elsewhere, no, parang medyo nabauna rin yung usapin sa pandemic as the campaign period went on.
Doc, di ba nagtutulungan sila, si Mayor tsaka si
Parang,
Office of the VP Lenny? So parang may national tsaka local. I think that's what we need actually.
Parang what if moment nga daw po. No? Yung nagtulungan sila nung vaccination of the
I agree with you
tricycle
yung sa bilis kilos.
I agree.
Kung sinustain yun, ano?
In fact, I think that because he campaigned way before, he expressed his intention, diba, to run way before Lenny did. A lot of people, I think, were willing to back him up.
Yes.
Di po ba?
Yes.
And then when Lenny decided to run, then he moved on to Lenny, no? Or maybe somewhere else kay Bongbong. Pero I think at that point, yun yung momentum na hindi na siya what if, no? Parang Totga rin, ano? Na parang the one that got away din ang dating ni Isko.
Kasi
Missed opportunity.
he also, I think, yun nga, kulang ng discipline sa messaging. So he got lost and he was eyeing Duterte's endorsement. Parang that consumed him for some time, no? So where does this guy want to be? He said he's going to be against the Reds and the Yellows and Pinks, yet he's courting the endorsement of one part of the Reds. So now, he got lost along the way.
Siya yung totoong si Mayor, si Yorme, at saka si Senator Pacquiao, sila talaga yung galing sa mahirap. Actually, yung mga early messages ni Mayor, yung ako si Isko, di ba? Yung mga common tao, proclaiming, no?
That was powerful.
Proclaiming themselves as ganun rin sila eh. Mahirap rin sila eh.
Right, let's go to our reporter, Rambo Talabong, who is in the Bahay na Tubig Elementary School in Imus, Cavite. This is an interesting place to watch because there are 14,000 people who are voting there. Rambo, what's happening?
Sa buhay na tubig, sa barangay dito, kumausap tayo ng Chief of Police dito, tinanong natin saan yung pinakamaraming mga botante at tinuro tayo dito. Ipapakita ko lang sa inyo yung pila dito Kinukumpirma nito yung ating top story ngayon na talagang napakahaba ng pila. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Pure Gold sa Imus City, Cavite at malayo siya. Dire-diretso siya hanggang dito pa. Lalakad-lakad pa tayo. Ipapakita namin sa inyo kung gaano kahaba ito. Okay, highway na ito nung nasa harap natin. Kinausap natin yung mga tao, kakarating lamang nila pero ang layo pa na kailangan nilang lakarin. Yung mga nakausap natin kanina umaga, umabot ng 2 oras ang kanilang paghihintay bago sila nakaboto. At ang pinaka nag-suffer, pinaka nahirapan, as you would expect, mga senior citizens, mga PWD. Alam mo si Pia, naaalala ko dito eksena yung alam mo nagre-report ka sa House of Pia, parang yung vaccine rollout, kung saan nakahaba ng pila at saka yung mga tao nahihirapan talagang mag-access. Same people na nag-prefer sa mga tao pa loob, pero hirapan talaga sila sa rami ng botante dito sa Cavite. Ang bilang nila dito sa school dito, 14,000 voters. 14,000 voters for one school. So talagang overwhelmed ang mga teachers at hirapang bumoto ang matatanda, ang mga tao na iinitan. Pero sabi nila, ayaw nilang masayang ang kanilang boto. Kaya patuloy pa rin silang naghihintay dito kahit na mainit, patuloy pa rin silang pumipila para i-cast ang kanilang ballot. Sophia?
Do we have an idea of how long some people have been waiting for, Rambo?
Yes, Sophia, umabot na ng 2 oras. 2 hours. They've been waiting for 2 hours. Some of them waiting for 2 hours. And after waiting for 2 hours, Sophia, it takes longer as well for them to wait for their relatives. So, iba-ibang oras sila maghihintayan pa kasi, di ba, iba-iba rin yung assignment nila sa precinct. So, pagkadating nila, boboto sila, at minsan nauuna yung tata, yung nana, yung lola, nauhuli yung mga tao na regular, hindi senior citizens. So, yung mga senior citizens, pagkatapos na maghintay na matagal sa pila, maghihintay pa sila para sa kanilang kapamilya.
Rambo,
Sophia?
yeah. Let me get back to you in a few minutes, Rambo, because right now we're seeing on screen Vice President Leni Robredo in her polling precinct, just about to enter and cast her vote. So, again, just as a refresh, no? Mara is on the line right now, actually, and she can tell us what's happening. Okay, Mara? Okay, while we're waiting for Mara to come on the line, so of course Vice President Leni Robredo used to vote in Nago, which is where her daughters... Okay.
Sophia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Sophia. So we are here at Tarangkang Elementary School. VP Leni is next in line to enter the classroom where she is about to cast her vote for the 2022 presidential election. She waited for about an hour and a half. That's the average waiting time for the voters here. She came here alone without her daughters. She does have her security detail and some of her staff, but in line silang talaga mag-isa. Yung nakaupo, she's mostly on her phone, and then every now and then she would strike conversations with her seatmates. Tapos kapag meron ditong residente na tatawagin yung pangalan niya, kakawayan niya, okay, VP Lenny just entered the classroom. Hindi tayo makalapit because only pulled yung magiging footage natin and photo. So I'm not so sure if you're able to see that from the studio. Otherwise, I will be tweeting the footage later on. She just entered the classroom, and from her vantage point, mukhang kinukuha na niya ang kanyang balota. This would be the third election that VP Lenny will be joining in her political career. Everything started for her in Camarines Sur when she decided to respond to the calls of Nagueños for her to step up in the wake of the tragic plane crash death of her husband, the late longtime Naga City Mayor and DILG Chief Jesse Robredo. Robredo was able to slay the well-entrenched Villafuerte clan by defeating the matriarch Nelly Villafuerte for Camarines Sur 3rd District Representative. 3 years later, she once again stepped up when she was asked to become the running mate of then DILG Chief Mar Rojas. And in 2022, she once again responded to calls by her supporters and her allies to run for the presidency in the 2022 elections. So, okay, I can see VP Lenny from the window. She's already seated sa table, and she is already, by the look of it, from the angle of her head, she is already shading her ballot. All right, ayan. My friends from GMA are gracious enough to show me their monitor. So VP Lenny is already shading yung kanyang mga kandidato sa kanyang balota. Again, she's wearing the color blue. This is supposed to be her political campaign color, but when she saw that her supporters have chosen the color pink, she decided to just follow. And that has really been the general theme of the Robredo campaign, which inspired a massive volunteer movement. Her supporters call themselves the campaign. And VP Lenny just, went along with it, and she's riding on the pink wave into election day. We know also that her running mate, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, has been in line for about an hour now at Ichikan Elementary School. We are waiting if he is already able to cast his vote. We are on standby if it's possible for us to throw a few questions to VP Lenny Robredo right after she casts her vote. There are local and international media waiting for her outside the voting precinct.
Right. Maybe while we wait for that possible Q&A with VP Lenny, Mara, you're there on the ground and you can see, you can sort of see what's happening from a distance. But of course, you were watching Vice President Lenny while she was lining up to vote.
Yes.
Because she arrived at the precinct around 10 a.m. and it's already 11:27 a.m. when she's about an hour and a half. In your mind, watching her, what's her mood?
She's generally calm and composed. Even yesterday, before election day, ganun na rin si VP Lenny. She arrived here without much fanfare. We wouldn't have known that she was here. Walang wangwang whatsoever, if not for the people lining up outside. Medyo excited sila nung pumasok si VP Lenny. And she immediately, looked for the end of the line and started waiting for her turn. And this is classic Robredo, making sure that she would follow the rules, hindi siya mangunguna sa line. It's generally quite calm here. Even I think Bicolanos already know Robredo best, that she doesn't want really that rock star treatment. And so, may mga ilan talaga na lumapit sa kanya at nagpa-selfie at lahat naman yun in-accommodate ni VP Lenny. But mostly the people here, yung mga nakapila din habang bumoboto, nakatingin lang sila, pinapanood lang nila si VP Lenny. Every now and then, merong tatawag sa pangalan niya at mag-wave. At VP Lenny would wave back at them. Now, as I mentioned earlier, she would also strike conversations with her support, with her seatmates. Pero, yun, if you didn't know who VP Lenny was, it feels like she's just one of the voters here dahil very, very quietly lang siya naghihintay. I saw that she has been using her phone a lot, so obviously she is monitoring the election elsewhere, and hopefully we can ask her about some of the reports of problems with the VCMs and other election anomalies.
Right, right. Mara, what are the other plans of VP Robredo after she votes? Maybe you can share some of that.
As of now, we know that she will be staying in Naga City, but as to the rest of her itinerary, we will get back to you on that. But as of now, we know that her spokesperson, Barry Gutierrez, will be flying to Naga City, so she will stay here for a couple of days. But, as to her next steps, we are also finding that out.
Right. So, yeah, Mara, again, is in Magarao, Camarines Sur, where Vice President Leni Robredo is voting. So she used to be registered in Naga, which is where her daughters voted. But
VP Lenny is about to put in her ballot sa vote counting machine. Kakatayo niya lang.
Okay.
Ayun. Okay, nakapila na siya. Okay, I think there's like about two people in front of her. Well, make that three people putting in their ballots sa vote counting machine. Naghihintay lang si VP Lenny para sa kanyang turn.
So, yeah, almost done. She's
She's
almost done.
moving up. Yeah, she's almost done. Then right after she casts her vote, we are going to try to interview her. Nakaset up na rin kami dito, so I might have to cut out. I might have to leave abruptly, so we'll be able to station ourselves. But in the meantime, nakalinya na si VP Lenny. Two more people in front of her. So far, wala namang anomalies sa mga vote counting machines dito sa Calacam Elementary School. Apart from the long lines, dahil marami talagang bumoboto. It's really been smooth sailing here. Mainit lang talaga. When VP Lenny was in line, she has a bottle of water with her, and pagdating niya dun sa pasukan ng classroom, pausa yung tubig. I miscounted. 3 people pala ahead of VP Lenny. Sorry about that. Okay. So she's just there standing up.
Yeah, it'll take a few more minutes. Not the Vice President Robredo can put her vote in the vote counting machine. Hopefully, what happened to Marites won't happen to
I was about to say.
Robredo.
Your ballot has been misread
3 times, yeah. But I mean, Mara's saying so far there are no problems in that specific polling precinct. So we'll probably get back to Mara after Vice President Leni Robredo casts her vote officially and take some Q&A. We can go back to Rambo. I think yes, again, so if you're just joining us right now, Rambo is in Imus, Cavite, and he's in a particular polling precinct where there are 14,000 expected voters, and the lines have been really long. Rambo, I see you're inside the school right now. Tell us what's happening.
Hello, Sophia. Hello sa mga tao sa studio at hello sa mga nanonood sa atin ngayon. Nasa loob ako ng isa sa mga pinaka-busy na polling precincts dito sa Imus City, Cavite. Cavite is the second most vote-rich province in the Philippines at nandito tayo sa pinaka-condensed na botohan ngayon. Papakita ko sa inyo, sa likod ko, naghihintay yung mga tao sa kanilang mga kasama na hindi pa tapos makaboto. Itong mga nandito naghihintay na lamang at mga taong naliligaw. Pwede magtanong sa mga volunteers na mga teachers. Sa kanan ko, napakarami mga pila. Kainap na sila nandyan, sila naiinitan. Kaliwa ko rin, yan din na makikita nyo. Sa kaliwa ko, puro mga taong nakapila. Bago ako sumama sa inyo ngayon, nag-ikot ako kanina at napakarami ko nakausap ng mga tao na talagang hirapan daw sila sa pila dito kasi ang init, walang tubig, walang pinamimigay na kahit ano. Tapos kanina walang upuan sa maraming pila, dito lang merong upuan. Tapos ang isang malaking reklamo sa PIA ay ilan sa mga senior citizens ay pinapaakyat ng mga hagdanan kasi kaya naman daw nila. Ang mga hindi pinapaakyat ay ang mga PWD. Pero yung mga senior citizens na kaya daw umakyat, pinapaakyat para patuloy ang daloy ng mga bumuboto. Sa taas din dito, sa banda dito, precinct number 36, if I'm not mistaken, yung isa sa kanilang BCMs ay merong paper jam. As in, yung kauna-unahan daw na bumoto ngayong araw doon sa isang machine dyan, nag-jam yung balota at kahit na naghintay siya ng pagkatagal-tagal, 5 a.m. dumating siya, hindi siya nakaboto ng maayos. Halos 5 beses daw ito nangyari dito. Kaya ang haba-haba ng pila doon sa banda doon at umaabot pa dito sa medyo harap natin. Ang dami naghihintay dito. Kinukumpirma nga nito ang top story natin ngayon na kinumpirma natin na talagang ang haba ng pila, mayroong mga malfunction. At ang mga tao, siyempre, naiinis kasi hindi pa naman daw ito nangyayari sa kanila. Sophia.
Right. Rambo, ano naman yung response ng election workers? May magagawa ba sila? Or at this point, do voters just have to kind of wait it out, stay in line, make sure that they, still get the chance to vote?
Alam mo, Sophia, nakipag-usap tayo sa mga nangangasiwa dito at ito naman talaga ang palagi sinasabi ng ating mga kawani ng gobyerno, kasama sa gobyerno, sinasabi nila wala talaga silang choice kasi ganito karaming tao na paalat dito, talagang undermanned sila, kaya kailangan talaga magtiyaga nila. Hindi lamang ng mga botante nandito, kundi yung mga tao na kaunti lang talaga ang nagmamando dito at tumaharap sa kanila. Kaya tiis-tiis na lamang daw kung kaya.
Right. So just to give a bit of background to what's happening, what you see happening in Muscovite where Rambo is. So, I mean, it's been around 5, almost 6 hours since polls have opened. And of course, the biggest problem right now is voters reporting about malfunctioning vote counting machines, very long lines on election morning. The long lines, of course, we anticipated because of the new restrictions in place. There is still a pandemic, so of course, voting rules had to change a little bit. There, of course, were temperature checks and everything. Okay, so, but before we talk about that, this is Manny Pacquiao in Jensen. He is in his polling precinct. All right, so he's going into his precinct where he will be casting his vote today. Of course, our reporter Iker Ray is on the ground following Manny Pacquiao. Maybe we can, let's listen a bit to what he is saying. All right. So, of course, Manny Pacquiao. Okay, so as you see, Manny Pacquiao's fans, supporters, perhaps. Okay.
Ngayon nga na medyo nagkakagulo na yung mga tao dahil yung iba gusto pang magpa-picture sa kanya. At dumiretso siya dito sa may parang waiting area, no? Medyo mahaba yung pila actually bago siya dumating dito. So titingnan natin kung ano yung susunod niyang gagawin.
Senator Manny Pacquiao at the Kaimba Central Elementary School in Sarangani.
Ay, sorry.
Okay.
Dito ka, sa kabila. Okay,
let's try to see. All right. Okay. Look. So we're seeing right now that Vice President Leni Robredo has officially voted. That's her ink finger, of course. Hopefully, we'll get to hear a bit of the cue of the ambush interview that she might possibly grant reporters who are waiting there for her. again, a while ago, Mara Cepeda mentioned that Vice... Okay, let's listen in on this. So maybe while we wait a bit, some stark differences already we're seeing on screen. You know, earlier, former Senator Bongbong Marcos Jr. voted, and the reporters on ground, of course, really wanted to try and catch him for an ambush interview. But, you know, even a simple question like, what's your plan for today? Didn't get any response. But as we see here, of course, it's just I guess it's so stark, the differences, Marites. So here, everything is organized. Vice President Lenny Robredo is ready to take questions. And okay, before we listen in on Vice President Lenny Robredo, I just want to say thank you to our reporter Rambo in Cavite. We will get back to you.
Masaya na nabigyan ako ng pagkakataon na gawin yung lahat na pwedeng gawin. Na hindi nag-resort sa kahit anong hindi maganda. Pumunta ako ngayon dito sa botohan ng tahimik, panatag yung aking loob. Yung na-achieve natin during the campaign was so much more than we expected. Masaya din na dito ako sa Magaraw bumoto. Dahil ramdam, iba yung buhay na sa labas ng lungsod. Mas tahimik, mas nakakapagpahinga. Yung aming mga kapitbahay have been treating me as family. So, ano talaga. Nakakapanibago siya, pero masayang pagkapanibago. Meron kami pinut up na hotline na pwedeng tawagan ng kahit sino na merong mga reklamo, marami tayong lawyers on standby. Kailangan lang ma-advise lahat na napapansin nila na outside of the norm. Kailangan i-report sa i-document. Kasi medyo nakakabahala yung mga reports all over the country ngayon. Pinakaayaw natin mangyari na mayurakan yung integridad at linis ng eleksyon na to. Kasi doon magsisimula yung gulo. Sana kung meron mga nagpaplano, wag ituloy. Sana ipakita ng mga authorities na on top sila ng lahat na nangyayari. Kasi dito naman nakasalala yung pagtitiwala ng tao sa pamahalaan. So sana malampasan natin itong araw na to na wala ng untoward incident. Pero yun lang, yung advice lang natin, wag matakot. Marami tayong magtutulungan. Kailangan lang ma-document natin lahat.
Okay. So, that was Vice President Lenny Robredo. Just to summarize her Q&A with media there. So she was talking about how it feels different to vote, of course, be outside the city for a while. And then I think reporters fielded her questions about current, the big issue of the morning, which is really the malfunctioning vote counting machines and long lines. So VP Robredo was saying, of course, to call on lawyers who are on standby to help. Of course, to keep an eye out and report any irregularities that they witness. She was talking, of course, about the importance of the integrity of the elections, because we all know that an election doesn't only have to be clean technically, but it also has the perception, of the elections being clean should also be in place. And I think, of course, Vice President Lenny Robredo knows this very well, herself being participated in an election protest, no? And of course, she said to her followers, huwag matakot. There are people here supporting us and will support one another, no? So, I think... Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Vice President Lenny Robredo, very historic campaign that she ran. Again, like Mara was saying a while ago, you know, she wore the color blue today because that was supposed to be the color of her campaign, but she shifted to pink because that's what her volunteers and her really this network of people supporting her came up with, and she embraced that. Any thoughts on that first move for starters?
Yeah, if I may, Sophia, during the latter part of VP Lenny's campaign, there was already a messaging of lahat kayo imbitado sa rally.
Yeah.
At hindi na nyo kailangan magsuot lang ng pink, pwedeng puti, blue. So I think later, I don't know if that caught up, if that message caught up. So
Yeah.
now she's back to the
Original color.
Yeah, original color. But I think the message is we're done with the pink and everybody should be part already of this process.
Which is why they changed the symbol of their campaign, right? A little bit towards the end. The rose that had all the different colors.
But I don't know, did it catch up? I don't know if...
3 weeks 3 weeks ago lang yan, di po ba?
Oh, parang...
Too late in the
Yeah,
game.
parang hindi masyadong nagkaroon ng traction yung message na yon. Although, they were really trying to invite everybody, kahit anong kulay kayo, punta kayo dito sa aming rally.
Professor Kiko, you know, I think it's not only Vice President Lenny Robredo who tried to like bring in some last-minute campaign messages or maybe rebrand a little, but you know, in terms of how big of an effect that might have on voters, would it work, or what would it need to be for it to work?
Actually, it's like moving forward. An election is a part of a political process, and today is the point of decision making. So once people have made their decision, and we listen to the interview, that what she wants to see is the integrity of the process. And so she would respect the process. It's the voice of the people. It's the voice of the people. So in a democracy, that has to be respected. So yung call niya for inclusiveness. So we go beyond the elections, and if she wins, therefore she has to be the president of everybody, of the Filipino people, because you cannot be living in a very divisive situation. Especially may tinatawag naman tayong honeymoon period, no? Sa kung sino man ang manalo. So you give respect to the process. You may not want the decision or the choice of the people, but it's the choice of the people. So you don't bash the process.
Some people do. Some people do bash the process.
So the president is a statesperson or a statesman. No? So it's a call for sobriety and a call for unity. No? Ang call nga niya, unity for the people. No? It's not the unity of the
politicians,
of the political leaders. It's the unity of people.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And I mean, VP Roberto's message of course, inclusiveness, you know, pushing forward with the political process. I think, you know, of course, again, we have to say that's quite contrasting to Marcos Jr.'s one of his final messages. Of course, he was kind of conditioning, you know, his supporters to guard the vote. Let's not let it be stolen again, which of course it wasn't. We have to also mention that the Supreme Court, sitting as the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, ruled on that unanimously. 15-0 junked it. A recount even widened Vice President Lenny Robredo's lead, no, in the VP race in 2016. But of course, another big feature of the Robredo campaign was the volunteer movement. I think one big question a lot of people have is what comes next for this volunteer movement, no? It was really encapsulated and seen in this election, but then, you know, May 9 is only the beginning of everything else. So, I don't know, thoughts? What comes next for this volunteer movement?
Well, I can say something about the idea of a Robredo People's Council. No? Yan yung ginamit nila for the campaign. No? It's like the candidate is going to the campaign as a guest instead of being the organizer of that event. But let me pick on the term People's Council. The People's or the Local People's Council, it's actually legislated into a local ordinance in Naga City. And it provides a mechanism for people to participate in local planning and budgeting. Of course, under the local government code, yung specific mechanism is the local development council.
Yes.
25% of the seats would be non-government organizations. So, part ng process talaga ng mga tao. Pero yung People's Council expanded, no? Kasi you can bring in together different sectors of the local community, and they can bring their opinions to the table. Hindi lang Naga City ang may ganyang legislation, local legislation. Cagayan de Oro City, Dumaguete City, Quezon City. And there is now a bill actually passed on third reading in the House of Representatives to institutionalize the People's Council. So in fact, this can be the
catalyst,
the implementation of this volunteer mechanism, especially kung ipapasa yung batas na yan, magiging batas yung People's Council.
So the whole logic, sir, of the People's Council is that these are ordinary people. They don't get voted into it. They simply just come together.
So it's part of what we call direct democracy. But there is also a process, no?
Okay.
Kasi not just anybody can, it's a form of representation. So we will represent different sectors within the local community. Pero hindi nga election. So it would require a process of networking and
consensus building.
No?
So if VP Lenny wins, ma-institutionalize itong People's Councils. It's one great possibility. But if she loses, what will happen to the volunteer movement?
Because it's legal, it's part of the local government code, no?
Yeah.
And especially in cities where it's legislated, no? You would notice yung mga cities na pinuntahan ni VP Lenny na very strong yung support.
Yeah.
Cagayan de Oro City, for one.
Very strong.
People's Council sila eh. In reality, hindi lang yung sa campaign. Legislated yan, no? Whoever sits as mayor of Cagayan de Oro City will have to follow that legislation unless it's repealed.
Yeah.
Dumaguete City, very strong rin ang support niya dyan, no? Meron silang People's Council.
Well, the other answer to that question, I suppose, ma'am, is it really boils down to whether there are spaces that can accommodate these solidarities. From a sociological perspective, maganda na we had a figure like Ma'am Lenny who inspired these organic formations, no? Pero after May 9, hindi pwedeng dependent lang siya on that one figure eh. Kasi then the entire energy dissipates, no? Pag nawala yung figure, for example. So that's a danger whenever movements revolve around just one person, for example. Kasi it becomes really personality politics at the end of the day, di ba? Which really defeats the whole purpose of people's councils and direct democracy.
So, Jail, how do you move from the personality to
exactly.
a more programmatic?
So I was getting there. So that's exactly the key question, and I feel that this is where civil society organizations can play a very important role. So halimbawa, religious organizations, very powerful yung mga spaces ng mga parishes or ng mga church-based groups, whatever denominations you might be in. Pwede silang mag-create ng mga initiatives and advocacies that can carry this forward. Pwede yun kasi andun na yung the spark, you know, ano ba yun? Kinetic energy na ba yan? You know? Tama ba ako, Doc? Kinetic energy, yung hindi na siya potential energy, it's already a moving energy. Oo. And it's there. Hindi lang yun. Pwedeng universities as spaces for young people really to, I'm really just focused on the young people, no? I mean, for the adults, maybe something else. No? Pero for young people, there are so many active spaces that we could capitalize. So I can imagine sa universities na the conversations and holding those in power accountable could really carry on. Those are very powerful things. I feel na this is an invitation to all our civil society, actors, organizations in this country. Buhayin natin ulit yun. Meron naman maraming mga pagkakataon. And it's not as if young people are giving up. Young people are here, and let's capitalize
And it's actually in the spirit of the Constitution. No?
Also,
yung 1987 Constitution natin, makikita natin yung participation, no?
Yeah, it's really there.
highlighted. Tsaka,
Also, yeah,
it's
and
really
also I think it's also part of the LGU code, no, but like the
Local government
people's councils are, yeah.
centralization,
But then, I mean, of course, just the quick note also, you should mention that in Naga City, of course, under Jesse Robredo, he institutionalized this before the implementing rules of that were even promulgated. Yeah, but so let's talk about that a little bit more. Today, I'm sure we'll have many opportunities to talk about that. But before we go anywhere, I want to thank Dr. Josh San Pedro for joining us today and sharing his insight with us. We toss it to Community Corner's Happy Ferraran after this report on vote-rich regions.
This May 2022, over 65 million Filipinos are expected to vote for new leaders from the national down to the local level. Which places in the Philippines should we watch out for and why? Number 1 in the list is Cebu Province, including Cebu City, Mandawi City, and Lapu-Lapu City, home to nearly 3.3 million registered voters. It's no wonder that presidential and vice presidential candidates hold several rallies in Cebu during the campaign season. It is, after all, the most vote-rich province in the Philippines. This makes Cebu the showcase battleground for Marcos Jr. and Robredo. On April 18, police estimated the Marcos rally in Cebu City reached 300,000. A few days later, on April 21, Robredo's rally attracted around 150,000 supporters. In 2016, 817,000 Cebuanos voted for Leni Robredo, while her rival for the vice presidency, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., only got 310,000 votes in Cebu. But the context of the 2016 elections was different. Cebu's political heavyweights, including Governor Gwen Garcia, Cebu City Mayor Michael Rama, Liloan Town Mayor Cristina Frasco, and Bacud Party of the Doranos in Danao City are now supporting Marcos Jr. and his running mate, Sara Duterte.
The interests of the Cebuanos are best served if we unite behind the leadership of BBM as president.
Meanwhile, Vice Governor Junjun Davide and Cebu City mayoral candidate Margot Osmeña are endorsing Robredo.
Ngayong gabi, pinakita po ninyo na pagtaong bayan nagdesisyon, anumang kahirapan kayang-kayang lampasan.
Number 2 is Cavite, the home province of Senator Ping Lacson. Cavite has more than 2.3 million registered voters. Lacson is banking on the Caviteño support, but local officials, including Governor John Vic Remulla, have endorsed the Marcos Duterte tandem. Remulla earlier promised the Uniteam tandem 800,000 votes from Cavite.
Cavite has something to prove it. Cavite has something to prove.
Seemingly to disprove Remulla's claim, around 47,000 Robredo supporters showed up in her March 4 rally. In 2016, Marcos won by a large margin with 557,000 votes against Robredo's 404,000 votes in Cavite. Third in the most vote-rich provinces list is Pangasinan, a stronghold of the Marcoses and home to nearly 2.1 million registered voters. Marcos won a landslide victory here with almost 833,000 votes in the 2016 elections, while Robredo only got more than 265,000 votes. But during her campaign rally in Dagupan City on April 8, Robredo says there's a difference this time.
Maraming mga local officials ang nahihirapan na openly endorse tayo dahil merong mga pagkatakot. Kaya po ako sobra ko na-appreciate yung mga local officials na tumindig po para sa atin ngayong gabi. Lalong-lalo na po dahil nasa Pangasinan sila.
While Pangasinan is part of the so-called Solid North, developments on the local level show it may not be that solid. For instance, the powerful De Venecias of Dagupan, including former House Speaker Jose De Venecia, declared their support for Robredo. This despite the Divinesias being longtime members of the Lakas CMD party, which is endorsing Sara Duterte for vice president. In terms of region, Calabarzon is still the most vote-rich with nearly 9.2 million registered voters. It's such a crucial region that the Marcos-Duterte tandem had to campaign in Batangas and Laguna again after their Luzon numbers dropped in the March Pulse Asia survey. Marcos Jr.'s numbers in Balance Luzon dropped 13 points in the region, while Robredo's numbers jumped 28 points. This makes Marcos Jr. and Robredo statistically tied in the region at 38 to 37 points. Marcos Jr.'s running mate says there is no time to be complacent, even if they are both frontrunners in their respective races.
Wala po kaming confidence in winning. Ngayon, we are always running scared even if we're only 17 days away from election day.
In his opinion piece, spokesperson for former Vice President Jejomar Binay, Joey Salgado, says a statistical tie in Calabarzon region is an encouraging sign for Robredo. Speaking from his experience in 2010 when Binay defeated Mar Rojas in the 2010 vice presidential race, Salgado says Marcos Jr. is more aggressive on the ground, unlike Rojas, who was confident in his win. But in the April Pulse Asia survey, Robredo's numbers in Calabarzon dipped to 18 points, a huge drop from her 37 points in March. Metro Manila is also a key area to watch out for. Marcos Jr. claimed victory in NCR in the 2016 vice presidential race with more than 2.1 million votes, a huge lead over Robredo, who got more than 1.3 million votes. Even in the March Pulse Asia survey, Marcos Jr. still enjoys 64 points in NCR, while Robredo is a far second at 17 points. But the groundswell of support for Robredo in her Metro Manila campaign rallies tells a different story. Take a look at her Pasay rally, for example. Organizers say the rally drew a massive 412,000 crowd, bigger than Rodrigo Duterte's Meeting the Avance crowd in 2016, which was estimated to have gathered 300,000 supporters. On that same night, the unit team also held a rally in Manila, but only 14,000 showed up, according to police estimates. Robredo's Pasig rally is also one of her most successful sorties, with 137,000 kakampings in attendance. But there's also Isko Moreno. His narrative is consistent. What he did in Manila as mayor, he can do in the Philippines as president.
Ang gusto ko, maiparamdam ko lang sa inyo na kapag kayo'y matutumba na, may pader kayong masasandalan at ang pader na yon ay gobyernong nagmamalasakit sa inyong lahat, mga kababayan.
But he trails at 4th place and got only 10 points in NCR in the April Pulse Asia survey. In Mindanao, home of the Dutertes, a political shakeup is happening. Marcos Jr. is hoping his alliance with the president's daughter will pull up his numbers in the south. But former House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, Duterte's former loyal lieutenant, is out to prevent that. After all, Marcos Jr.'s running mate Sara Duterte, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, and Senator Amy Marcos were the women behind his fall as House Speaker in 2018. Alvarez dropped Lacson to support Robredo, the opposition leader and government official he once sought to impeach from the vice presidency.
Nung nakausap ko nga si VP Lenny, ay naliwanagan din ako dun sa mga doubts ko. Tapos, nung inisa-isa ko yung criteria na nilatang ko, now it turned out na that leader is a woman.
As foes turn to allies, Alvarez is now eyeing an 80% vote for Robredo in Davao del Norte. And then there is Senator Manny Pacquiao, the boxer turned politician from General Santos City, who may also deny the much-needed Mindanao vote for Marcos Jr. With Pacquiao and Sara Duterte in the race for the top government positions, their roots as Mindanaoans may boost their respective campaigns, including those of their standard-bearer or running mates. With 14.6 million registered voters, political watchers predict a divided Mindanao. On May 9, it is a choice between a dictator's son, an alternative lawyer, a former actor, a boxer, a former police chief, and a labor leader. Will the 2022 vote roll back democracy or enhance it? Will it trigger progress or keep us in economic backwaters? Will the poor be poorer? Will corruption go unchecked? Will it lead to genuine social transformation or preserve the status quo? The choice is ours to make. We decide. Atin ang Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the Community Corner segment of Rappler's rolling coverage of the 2022 elections. Here, we talk about the issues that matter most to our communities, and we also report things that are happening on the ground from the different election watchdogs that we are partners with. So for today, I just want to remind everyone that we are using the hashtag PHVote. We are also using the hashtag WeDecide, and we have our live election page where you'll be able to see results later on. So a lot of people have been asking when they'll be able to see the results. Later this evening pa yon, because voting is still ongoing. We also have a developing stories page. This is where you're going to see the live updates from our reporters. Here you can see which candidates have already voted. So we see a while ago, we saw VP Leni Robredo voting already. Gloria Macapagal has voted already. Risa Hontiveros has voted already. All of that you can find in our Developing Stories page. That's where we put all our live updates. And that's you just keep refreshing that page if you want to see live updates, what's happening on the ground. So joining me for today, we have one of our partners there, an election watchdog, Contra Daya. We have Rochelle Porras with us this afternoon. Welcome, Rochelle. We're just having a bit of a problem. Okay. Sige, let's, sorry, before we do this interview, let's turn it over first to Aika Ray, covering Manny Pacquiao right now.
Pero sir, pagdating nyo kanina, dumiretso na po kayo eh. Ano pong explanation nyo dyan, sir?
Hindi, pumila ako.
Ano, may representative po kayo pumila na in behalf of you po ba? Ganun po ba yung nangyari?
Hindi naman siya.
Maikli yung pila doon sa...
Nung time na yon.
Sa presinto niya. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Happy standby. Okay. Is Contra Daya there? All right. We're back here for the community corner. So with me, I think we lost our supposed first guest. So right now we have Kent with us from Faith Initiative. Hello, Kent. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to you, Happy.
All right, Kent, thank you for joining us today. I think for our viewers today, we just want to know what is Faith Initiative doing right now? What is your role right now on the ground during elections? What have you guys been doing?
Well, Faith Initiative, firstly, is a coalition of faith-based groups led by the Catholic Church. So we have different groups who are part of us, who are also volunteers for NAMFREL and PPCRV. So with respect to the elections itself, some of our members are poll watchers, but at the same time, we will be also be involved in the canvassing, observation of the canvassing. So that is our involvement right now. Happy? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. How do you train your volunteers to be poll watchers or to monitor the canvassing? What kind of training do they go through, and when does this start?
Actually, our training ended this week. We actually partnered with a group called Lente. Lente is one of the groups who have been good partners with the COMELEC and have also been supporting COMELEC in different programs, especially for the marginalized, the PWDs, and as well as making sure that Many of their programs are included in COMELEC's programs, no, such as the providing transportation for the PWDs, and COMELEC needs to do that, no, and also putting those special precincts, polling precincts for them, and because of that partnership and because of their network, our observer status was actually granted quite late, and therefore we needed a partner who was already experienced and had people on the ground, and so we actually partnered with them, and the training that we conducted for our volunteers just covered the canvassing portion, which happens after the voting closes at 7 p.m. tonight. And this is when the ballots, the SD cards will be sent to the municipal or city board of canvassers, and there we will witness all the actual counting that will happen in the municipal or city board of canvassers. So that is our role.
All right, Kent, you mentioned a while ago accessibility, especially for the PWD voters. How has that been implemented so far in terms of what you're seeing on the ground?
Well, that's actually Lentes program, and so they push that, especially in this 2022 elections. No, they push that these PWDs, in fact, even the senior people, would have their own voting areas, so that they don't have to go up the buildings if they are, if their precincts are located in the second or third floor of the voting centers. At the same time, for those who they believe are infected or are sick, will also be brought to a different precinct, so that is isolated. So, the same time, thirdly, the transportation provided for the PWDs are provided for in some of these areas. We believe that it is not provided in all areas, but that is what Lente is actually pushing for, that the COMELEC in the future will provide this transportation facilities for these particular segment of voters.
Right, and for those of you who are watching, you can actually use PH Vote Watch. I also saw in our developing story page, there was a photo in Cebu City. I think someone was carrying PWD person para makaboto siya. So you can keep your eyes peeled for that. For those of you who are still probably waiting in line or are in your voting precincts, and then share it using the hashtag PH Vote Watch. Ngayon naman, Kent, let's talk about the canvassing. You said this is part of the program of Faith Initiative. Can you tell us more about what exactly are you watching out for? So what are the volunteers going to be watching out for in terms of the canvassing, which will happen after the polling precincts close?
Okay, during the canvassing, these are all electronically transmitted, no? And it will be transmitted to the city and municipal board of canvassers. And there will be election officers there, the board of canvassers, who will just wait for the results to come in. After they come in, there has to be what they call a certificate of canvass that will come out, and a share of votes or SOV that will come out, and that is what we're waiting for. That once these certificates of canvas are out, and they will be printed, and therefore they can be seen by all the stakeholders, including the political parties and watchdogs like us, and we can take a picture of it, and also verify that with our other partners like PPCRV and NAMFREL, who have access naman to the VCM results. So what we can do is vet the COCs and the SOVs as against the count of PPCRV, because there are hash codes that are also being used by PPCRV and NAMFL to verify that these are authentic numbers, official numbers. and they have not changed. And therefore, if they have not changed, then therefore we look at it as the official results po of the electronic count. We have to remember that the transmitted election results are the official election results, or official count for these elections. It is not the ballot, it is the electronically transmitted election results po ang official count. So I hope that helps our viewers actually understand how this works.
The
no?
process.
So,
Yes.
Opo.
Kasi actually, marami ng mga misconceptions na nagkakalat ngayon. Just this morning, we did a fact check about VCMs being tampered with via USB. Pero wala naman USB port ang mga VCM, SD card lang siya. So what are some of the other misconceptions that you've been seeing circulating right now about the canvassing process?
We haven't seen any fake news yet with respect to the canvassing process itself. But what we want to remind the public about is, especially now that there are many VCMs that are failing, and if these VCMs continue to fail, and therefore the votes cannot be transmitted at the end of the day po, when they're supposed to be transmitted, and they've gone through all the contingencies and it still did not work, these physical ballots and the SD cards will be sent again to the canvassing, and people need to watch it. Bantayan po natin yung ating mga boto, because after the voting, PPCRV is not there, they might not be there anymore, or NAMFREL may not be there anymore, and therefore we need to watch and guard our vote. So please accompany it to your municipal center, Board of Canvassers, or City Board of Canvassers, and witness whether this will be transmitted, no? Because doon po ita-transmit yan. Pwede pong ganun ang gawin, or what they can also do, what is in the contingency, is that at the voting center themselves, itself, they will borrow another machine and batch feed all the ballots. Ganun po yung gagawin. No? So two ways. Just to clarify, sorry if I was not clear. The first option is they will batch feed at the end of the voting. If their own machine is not working, they will borrow another machine, and they will batch feed it. Ganun po, no, to transmit it. Tapos po, kung hindi pa rin po yan mangyari, what will happen is it will be done in the Board of Canvassers, Municipal Board or City Board of Canvassers, and people need to watch and witness that.
Okay.
So yun lang po.
How has the response of the COMELEC been so far with any of your monitoring right now?
Since we've not started yet our canvassing monitoring, because that won't happen till later and tomorrow as well. So wala pa po, no? But they've been very cooperative with us, especially in granting our observer status. And we thank them for granting that to us, even as we came in a bit late po sa aming pag-apply for observer status for canvassing. So very cooperative naman po ang COMELEC.
All right.
And we're very thankful for that.
Thank you very much, Kent, for sharing so far what you've been doing sa Faith Initiative alongside other election watchdog groups. And also, good luck later on kapag may canvassing na pag nag-close na po ang mga polling precincts natin. So thank you very much, Kent. Joining us today also, we have another election watchdog, Kontra Daya. We have Rochelle Porras joining us this afternoon. Hello, Rochelle. Welcome. Rochelle, you can unmute your mic. Hindi ka namin naririnig. So Rochelle is with Kontra Daya. They are an election watchdog. They will help us also
Naka-unmute na ako.
Ayun, okay, sige, I can hear you. So, a while ago, Rappler's Comelec reporter Dwight De Leon said na meron several reports na of malfunctioning VCMs across the country. According to him, we still don't have a clear picture of how widespread these cases are. So we're talking to you now to try and verify. Rochelle, tell us so far, what are you seeing on the ground and what have you been verifying and vetting so far?
Yes, thank you, Happy. Tayo sa Contradaya, we are a broad campaign network of organizations and individuals actively involved in our fraud monitoring nationwide. And to answer directly your question, no, gaano ka massive, kalawak, so far we have reports of disinformation, vote buying, tapos mga anomalies, at maraming sira na vote counting machine. Talamak din, Happy, yung ipinapaiwan na lang ang boto sa mga bantay or DEI. Tapos maraming mga na-document din kung saan nadi-disenfranchise dahil nadi-discourage na yung mga botante na bumoto bunga ng mga nabanggit na information. So, gaano ka-massive ito? We're compiling our reports, the reports that we gathered from the opening of the precinct and polling centers until now. Midday, mag-generate kami ng report. Pero just to give you a very quick parang picture, general picture, it's massive in the sense that it's nationwide. It's not just concentrated to the National Capital Region. We're also getting reports from different regions of the various irregularities na nagaganap. And to add to that, may mga incidents din ng red tagging na nag-document mula dun sa mga reports ng ating poll watchers and volunteers on the ground.
Right, so medyo marami yung nature ng cases, iba-iba siya.
Yes.
Let's zoom in on the VCMs. Meron kasi a lot of misconceptions about this, and I think Contradaya, you also published something on your website about this. Can you tell us the difference between what are regular errors na nangyayari talaga that Comelec has prepared for versus anomalies, or alam mo yun, the red flags that you watch out for? How can regular voters know the difference kung ito ay, regular malfunction lang siya, or if this is something to be concerned or worried about?
Yes, for every irregularity na masasaksihang nangyayari, may contingency plan dyan ng COMELEC, meaning it should be addressed right away. At kapag nagawa yun, resolve yung situation. Ibig sabihin, for example, may balotang hindi na-read ng tama, ang dapat gawin ay ulitin. At pag nabasa ito ng tama, okay na siya basically. Magsasabing mabasa ng tama, pag nakita sa resibo ng botante na tama yung kanyang ibinoto doon sa balota at yung bilang ng makina. Now, Happy, what we would consider as anomaly is kapag ganito na kalawak yung nangyayari, to begin with, hindi na nga umaabot yung ibang mga botante sa pagboto dun sa makina dahil nag-give up na o wala na yung makina. Ang nangyayari ay pinaboboto na lang yung mga tao at kinokolekta yung mga balota. Ngayon, may contingency plan pa rin doon ng COMELEC, of course, pero hindi tayo dapat umabot sa ganon. Ang isang nakikita natin, for example, wala nang verifikasyon yung botante o hindi na magkakaroon ng chance na makita yung receipt kung saan yung boto niya dapat yung makikita niya at sasabihin niya tama. Sa sanctity ng vote at sa integrity ng vote at ng ballot, ito ay questionable. At kung nangyayari ito sa buong bansa, dapat masusi agad itong ma-address, maimbestigahan, maglabas ng pagsusuri ang COMELEC, lalo na ang mga citizen watchdogs, at manghingi tayo ng accountability kung bakit nagkakaganito.
All right, Rochelle, I can just imagine how difficult your work is right now on the ground. Sabi mo nga, marami kayong reports na nakukuha rin around the different regions in the Philippines. How much harder has it been for you compared to past elections? Especially, this is the first election we're having under a pandemic. How has the pandemic affected the work that you're doing?
Yes, that's true. No? So, tandaan natin, sumasabak din tayo sa election under the pandemic. This is also the first time. And kahit pa ganun yung mangyari, isa sa ginagarantiya ng ating konstitusyon na walang anuman dapat ang makahadlang sa karapatang bumoto. So, hindi dapat ma-disenfranchise yung yung voter sa kanyang pagboto. Isa pa sa mga nakaka-alarma na naobserbahan natin ngayon kumpara sa ibang mga nagdaang panahon, napakalala agad sa opening pa lang, lalo na nung mga machine errors. Happy kasi pag may machine error, around 600 to 700 voters ang affected niyan. So imaginein mo yung nakukuha nating reports ngayon na sunod-sunod sa iba't ibang city. I'm sure meron ding mga na-note yung ating kasama kanina si Sir Ken, no, na mga nangyayaring ganito. So nationwide at malawak yung bilang ng apektado. At mahirap siyang i-monitor then in a way kasi ang dami rin mga nangyayaring pag-prevent sa ating mga citizen watchdogs, sa ating mga citizen poll watchers na ma-monitor, ma-document yung mga situation. Meron kaming isang report, pinapalayas pa mismo yung mga maliliit na media groups. Sila pa yung pinapalabas at sinasabihang mag 15 meters away from the polling precinct. So ito ay basically direct attack sa democratic rights natin sa clean and honest election at dun sa pagtatanggol din ng boto ng ating mga voters at mamamayan.
Right, so parang ginamit yung pandemic as an excuse na o kailangan malayo kayo kasi pandemic when really it's parang is stopping the people from actually our right to monitor the elections and be election watchdogs. How has the response of COMELEC been? Siguro, I know you're compiling reports and it's reported to COMELEC. How has their response been?
Katulad nga nito, kalalabas lang din namin ng statement yung tugon dun sa reaction namin dun sa sinabi ng COMELEC na just leave your ballots. Madali kasing sabihin yung ganun, no? Pero can you imagine na wala na tayong choice but to leave our ballots dahil sa mga vote counting machine breakdown na dapat sana iginagarantiya nung simula pa lang na ito'y magiging okay. We had certain processes to do this. May final testing and sealing, may check-up, and may contingency measures na dapat in place. So, at the same time na nananawagan tayong magkaroon ng pasensya din ng mga botante at maging mas militant at vigilant, bantayan talaga yung kanilang boto at pagtiyak na nabibilang, we also want accountability and transparency kung ano talaga yung gagawin dahil nangyayari na ito. This is absolutely unacceptable. At pag umabot sa point na mas ma-document pa na nangyayari ito sa iba't ibang lugar, then how do we define ngayon na credible yung election? So, walang reaction basically. Happy, what I'm saying is walang reaction yung COMELEC that could address the situation. At ito ay talagang alarming na at this point.
Yes, and sabi mo nga, maaga pa lang nagsa-start na compared to previous
Yes.
elections ngayon, even early in the morning, you were already receiving a lot of reports. My question now, I'm sure there are viewers, people who are watching right now that may want to help your efforts. How can they help your efforts in terms of, if they encounter, let's say, a malfunctioning VCM or hindi nila napasok yung balota nila, where can they report this? And how can they report it in such a way na it will be easier for you guys to process and verify?
Yes, ngayon marami rin tayong monitor po sa social media. So, a part of voters' effort na mag-try uli hanggang mabilang yung balota, lagi namin nire-remind yan. Hanggat gumagana yung vote counting machine, ensure na mabilang yung boto, makakuha ng resibo to verify na tama yung bilang sa inyong boto. Dagdag na irregularities o maoobserbahang kakaiba o kaduda-duda o maling proseso na nangyayari sa bawat presinto, hinihikayat namin lahat na mag-report sa aming social media pages at aming hotlines. For social media pages, itag nyo lang po directly ang kontradaya. Maaari din pong gamitin ang aming hashtag na hashtag kontradaya, hashtag votereportph. Yung hotlines, banggitin ko lang mabilis, Happy, pero isi-share din namin sa link sa comment section ng feed na to. So you may send your report sa 0920-833-2296 and 0945-824-3600. We are Kontradaya on Twitter and Kontradaya on Facebook. So help us document the irregularities, help us monitor fraudulent activities, And altogether, let us work to advance yung clean, democratic, and honest election and demanding accountability and transparency from those who are responsible.
Right, Rochelle. Another thing also, you mentioned something about red tagging. Is this the first time
Yes.
you're seeing this in a national election? And what can voters do or people na victimize ng red tagging? Anong pwede nilang gawin?
Actually, yung na-observe din natin ngayon is not the first time, pero blatant in a way na nagpapangalan ng mga kandidato, tapos dinadamay din yung ah, um, organizational affiliations at iba pa. So what we can do, again, report this. Dapat matanggal iyon, wala dapat ganon sa panahon ng election. And siguro, Happy, at this point, we have to really emphasize na this is condemnable, no? Kasi ano pa ang nire-resulta ng red tagging? Yan ay nagre-resulta usually sa violations on human rights and in worst case scenario, mga extrajudicial killings, cases of EJKs. So we must definitely make sure na ina-actionan din ito ng otoridad, and at the same time, we encourage yung ating mga manonood, citizen journalists, ang mga kasama nating alagad ng media at yung mga watchdogs na i-report ito, i-document, and ipaliwanag na ito ay mali at hindi dapat ginagawa.
All right. I also want to ask, how are your volunteers right now? You mentioned you have volunteers all over the country, and this morning we were seeing a lot of voters with the sentiment, election anxiety. What about for volunteers from your organization? What's the sentiment right now? How are they feeling?
First of all, Happy, thank you for that question because it gives me an opportunity to thank yung mga volunteers. Very warmly, thank you so much sa inyong effort ngayong napakahalagang araw na to. Regarding sa kanilang experiences, nagre-report at alarming yung situation. May frustration din kasi inaction na nakukuha mula dun sa mga dapat nga na may responsibility and accountability sa nangyayaring situation. So, yung sentiment ng mamamayan, hindi naman doon hiwala yung sentiment ng mga volunteers at reporters ng kontradaya. At kailangan lang din talaga ma-document pa ito ng mas malawak, ma-cover din basically, at nang makita natin yung intensity ng nangyayari, maisa publiko, maipaabot sa publiko para magkaroon din sila ng mas malalim na understanding. So, nagagawa natin yan, we're able to do that here dahil may mga reporters at volunteers, yung kontradaya, that will take on the role for the entire day, and after also meron pang post-election.
Right. Thank you, Rochelle. Mahalaga talaga ang role of volunteers right now, a lot of civic groups. Kontradaya is just one of the many, diba, civil society groups that are,
Yes.
acting as election watchdogs, pati na din ang media, kasama nila ang media to really make sure that we have a fair and honest election. And this is really part of the democratic process, diba? This is intrinsic to a democracy na kailangan we have the right to monitor what's going on. We have we have access. We make sure na, we're allowed to vote, to exercise our right to vote, to make sure we get the results. Alam mo yun, many people are also posting online na bantayan nila yung boto nila. So, to just wrap up, Rochelle, what is your message for people who are still about to go out and vote? Yung mga hindi pa nakaboto right now, anything you'd like to tell them?
Kailangan bumoto. Karapatan nito, wala talagang dapat any barrier makakahadlang sa pag-exercise ng karapatan na ito, as well as wala dapat anything na makaka-damage, makakasira ng integrity at sanctity ng vote. Kung kayo ay boboto at may experience niyo yung mga irregularities na pinag-uusapan natin kanina, bukod sa pagre-report sa mga election watchdogs tulad din ng kontradaya, mahalaga na nauunawaan natin yung pag-exercise din ng ating rights bilang botante. Unang-una dito yung mabilang yung ating boto at mabilang ito ng tama. At kung may irregularities, dapat may pinagpapaliwanag sa atin na dapat nating gawin. Malinaw na pagpapaliwanag ito at may malinaw na plano kung anong gagawin. At sa prosesong ito, sa pag-aantay ng kung ano ang gagawin, maging mahaba po talaga yung ating pasensya. Ang mahalaga ay kasama tayo sa entire voting process all the way para matiyak na yung ating boto ay nabilang ng tama at na-exercise natin basically ng ating democratic right to vote.
Alright. Maraming salamat. That was Rochelle from Contra Daya. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. So, patuloy pa din ang voting right now. This will all close at 7 p.m. today. So, a while ago we heard also from our Rappler reporters who were covering their candidates. We've seen the candidates that have already voted. And we just heard from Contra Daya and Faith Initiative telling us what is happening on the ground as election watchdogs, monitoring the vote as people vote, and later on for the canvassing of the votes that will happen when the polls close at 7 p.m. Again, we want to remind all our viewers right now, if you want to join in the conversation online, you can do so by using the hashtag PHVote, hashtag WeDecide, and you can also use PHVoteWatch. So we encourage our viewers, if this is something you have experienced firsthand, kayo talaga yung primary source na witness nyo firsthand, I think those are the types of reports that we will appreciate seeing in PHVoteWatch. Marami kasing mga misconceptions, mga disinformation, mga fake news na nagkakalat ngayon. So let's also be mindful of that before we panic or get upset reading something. Let's take a step back, really think about, what are the sources of these things para we don't fall victim also to fake news, because it's already, volunteers and watchdogs are already having a very difficult time, as Rochelle pointed out, since early this morning, marami ng reports pumapasok. So we can make their lives easier by making sure that we only share things that have been verified and vetted by different organizations or media groups. So this is the Community Corner segment of the coverage of Rappler. We will be going on a short break. When we come back, we will be talking to the lifestyle and entertainment editor of Rappler, Margie De Leon. Thank you.
It's 12:38 p.m., May 9, 2022, Election Day. It has been more than 6 hours since polls opened and 65.7 million voters are expected to vote. We bring you updates from the ground. From the ground all over the Philippines. Spot reports from our civic engagement arm, Move PH, and poll watchers from the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV. More importantly, we bring you analysis and fact checks to help you discern what's important and why it may matter to you. This is Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 national elections. Hashtag We Decide, Atin ang Pilipinas.
Number 2 sa balota.
Pilipinas! God first!
Take action!
Manny Pacquiao!
Good afternoon, I'm Marguerite De Leon. With us on the panel is Rappler Editor-at-Large Marites Vitog, Ateneo Sociologist Jael Cornelio, and De La Salle University Political Science Professor Kiko Magno. And also joining us is Ateneo de Manila Assistant Professor Melay Abao. So welcome everyone. Our reporters covering the presidential candidates on the campaign trail will also be joining us later. So let's get into opinion pieces first. Melay. As opinion editor, we've been working together. You've been sending us quite a lot of very good opinion pieces. And one of your latest is, let's see, the title is, Choose Your Democracy Wisely. Yun, that one. So in your opinion piece, you said that voting wisely this May 2022 elections entails thinking critically about Philippine democracy, its past, present, and future. So, given what you've been seeing today, since you woke up today and voted, how do you feel about the state of Philippine democracy?
I think both kasi yung may continuity no? Nung mga practices na problematic, but at the same time, you also see change. Like the groundswell of support, for example. I think I always say there's a surprise every election. Diba? In 2010, si Pinoy, we did not expect that. In 2016, Duterte, we did not also expect that. But I think this time, it's not the candidate that's the surprise. It's really this groundswell. When you say it's very organic, it's very spontaneous. And it just means it was not initiated by not even the Lenny camp, I think. To a very large extent, I think they only reflected what was already being done by the people. No? So this is really the initiative. So I think that in itself is an advance in democracy. When you have people claiming that, and I was just telling them over the break that this has really something to do also with the pandemic. Right? I think in a way it was a continuation of the efforts to do something about the pandemic. Kasi marami namatayan Marami nawalan ng trabaho. And so I think what you see are really people wanting to do something. Right? And they also found a leader who they thought represents that movement. No? That parang solutions na, wag na yung rhetoric lang. Parang ganun lang yung appreciation ko. I don't know if I'm really correct, but that's how I read things, that there is something going on that is different. But of course, at the same time, there's a lot that's the same. The disinformation, the et cetera, it's all the same. So I think it's all happening at the same time. So what will be more dominant? we will probably see that with the results of the election.
Yeah.
Diba? So,
Which can't come soon enough. So, Jail, what did you think about the 1 million people who were able to show up on Makati Ave, Ayala Ave?
Wow.
the
No,
other night?
that demonstrates exactly what Mele was saying just now, that namely that this is, within this generation, and I'm saying generation in terms of people who are part of this moment, right? It's not just a specific age group, but people who are living through this period in time. It's a generation. Within this generation, you have people who are saying no to disinformation. Within this generation, you have people who are saying, no, we're not going to accept what they are doing in terms of celebrating the 1970s and the martial law and so forth. No, we're not accepting that it's game over for this country. So it's in that sense that democracy is, the heart of democracy is still beating. Pero at the same time, so 1 million people, right? So that's a very powerful message, right? Being sent to the rest of the world. Literally, the rest of the world. I mean, even foreigners have become very interested and are even commenting on our politics in this country. Pero at the same time, I don't want to romanticize democracy. Kasi nga, the reality is that the heart is beating, yes, but I think it's also the patient is in the ICU, in metaphorically speaking, because with the disinformation, so you just look at patterns across different age groups. We were talking about this just now, di po ba, na you have a lot of people across age groups who are really sold to the narrative, the historical distortion, and so forth. If that's not an attack on democracy, I don't know what is. Kasi this is the memory of our people, and what are we going to pass on to our young people, the next generations? So it's very important to recognize that as well.
Right. How about you, Kiko? What are your thoughts on what happened the other night in Makati?
I think people are talking with their feet, so they're willing to stand on firm ground. They want to actively engage. Because democracy can be seen on various levels. So you can say that you're a citizen just by voting, not by engaging in discussions, demonstration of where you stand. So participation in a rally is an expression of engagement. But let us understand that over the last few years, given the digital platforms available, we are in a data society. I don't want to say knowledge society yet, but because there is fake news, right? You have to validate data and transform it into something meaningful. I think that we make our democracy more meaningful if we engage in deliberation. And sadly, deliberation is one of the casualties of the pandemic and the proliferation of fake news. I would like to look at democracy various models. I think, Mela, what's the title of the piece?
Choose Your Democracy
Choose
Wisely.
Your Democracy.
So there are 3 different democracies that Mele was able to delineate.
Because there's also a liberal democracy. Yes. So you might be convinced that you'll follow the leader, strongman rule.
Yes.
You'll still practice decision making through elections, but you can elect an autocrat. Precisely if the level of discourse is low, and we also see how people gravitate. They gravitate towards personalities.
And they believe that it is democracy.
Yes, by supporting a leader. So there are many voices out there right now. So we need to capture these different voices. And I think the mark of a good leader is the ability to listen. And of course, you don't just listen and adopt what is there. Otherwise, that's populism. You need to convert this into something meaningful. So kailangan ng analytical thinking. And that's what we expect of leaders. To be a leader in analytical thinking, but also to listen and understand that you don't hold all the solutions. Yes,
I may just add to Professor Kiko. Ibang-iba yung nangyayari ngayon compared to martial law in the 70s kasi Marcos declared martial law. Ngayon, we're electing freely leaders who become autocratic. I mean, it happened under Duterte.
Yes.
And he paved the way for a Marcos, I think, to succeed him. Kasi naging madali yung lack of transparency. Remember, Duterte is the first president in decades not to submit his asset statement, not to make it public. So naging madali for Bongbong Marcos to say, I'm not going to make my asset statement public. So a freely elected leader like Duterte paves the way for somebody who can be like him. So ano bang magiging playbook? Democracy tayo, pero as you said, illiberal democracy. So yun yung nakakatakot.
Yeah.
Pero, sige, sorry.
No, I was just going to say kasi, under yung itong mga populist regimes, ang truth talaga is equal to the leader. So it doesn't really matter what's the truth, basta kung sinabi ng Duterte, yun na yung totoo. Diba? Na drug war, matatapos yan, yung ganyan. Lahat ng sinabi niya, totoo yun. And I think that is what he has passed on. So Bongbong can say all he wants. As long as he is legitimized as the leader, then whatever he says is also legitimized. So to me, that is very dangerous.
It's popular.
Yeah.
It's populist, it's
Yeah.
popular.
Yeah. So to me, that's the danger. Yun yung legacy of Duterte.
Bakit siya popular?
Sino? See?
Yung mga ideas like, it's okay to, let's say, exterminate people in the name of cleansing society of drug addicts, for example.
Yeah. I think yung messaging dati pa, yung strongman, na, kuha talaga yan eh. Meron talaga tayong love affair with authoritarianism, I think, at this country.
So it's a battle of values as well, right?
Yeah.
Pero some people might argue that Bongbong Marcos is not Duterte. He's not authoritarian. He doesn't have any authoritarian tendencies. Of course, he personifies the father, but his characteristic, his personality seems to be very different. When he hasn't said anything about the war on drugs. He hasn't said anything about combating crime. He hasn't said anything about shutting down Rappler.
But he's benefiting from the style of governance of Duterte.
Now, can we say therefore that he's authoritarian or an autocratic?
No, not yet.
Not
I mean, but Duterte has paved the way for someone who can just be like him.
It's just a matter of
maybe use the narrative.
Yes, and exactly what Melay said about yung lies and disinformation, ginawa ni Duterte yan. And ngayon, ang dali-dali. It has made it easy. The atmosphere has become easy for Bongbong to tell lies. I mean, really blatant na
Mas
lies.
attractive pa nga siya kasi nasa TikTok siya.
Charming.
Yeah, very normalized, very, di ba?
So kahit na hindi siya appearing na strongman, na-weaken na yung institutions na mamanahin niya. Yung practices ng Duterte na pwede niyang ituloy.
Correct.
So parang na-normalize mo itong
So it's
illiberal
like having
democracy.
a strongman system without the strongman.
Without the physically,
Not a strongman.
Strongman system without a strongman.
You have a strongman in a strongman system.
In other words, it's a joke.
Without the curses,
Without the curses.
vulgar conversation, magkakaroon tayo ng leader na susunod sa playbook ng nauna, may changes lang. Kasi magkaiba sila ng personalities Duterte and Marcos.
I have a feeling lang na the impunity will continue. Yung culture ng impunity. Kasi even now, di ba, he's saying, I'm not really going to present my SALN. Parang marami siya. Di ba? That's also authoritarian, being very unilateral in the way you do things. So I think meron ganun, but he might not be as militaristic as Duterte or us.
But how about using the existing institutions? We are still operating under the Constitution, so if he is not the same as being a real strongman, so perhaps there will be better engagement on the part of, let's say, civil society.
Well, I remember that our reporter, Lian Buwan, she has a hard time trying to get in touch with the BBM camp. So, like, diba, people are literally swarming around him to protect him, so to speak. So, ayan, that's shades of a strongman, so to speak.
That's how I would put it, Margie. No? That's how I would put it. This is a authoritarian wannabe. right? Maybe that's the closest na parang he doesn't come across as an authoritarian. That's why he's acceptable to the public, charming, and then with all this authoritarian nostalgia, it's really nostalgia more than it is real authoritarianism.
Yeah.
But most importantly, I think it's the evasiveness when it comes to accountability, and I think that's really one mark of autocratic rule. Anyway.
Speaking of autocratic rule and Marcos, on the line is Gabby Baisas. Let's continue our discussion on the Marcos narrative of electoral cheating, which resurfaced lately. So, hi, Gabby.
Hi, hello.
Hi. So yeah, what can we infer from this?
Okay, so what I did recently was we checked like the narratives being spread by all supporters actually, like everyone on social media on electoral cheating. And what we noticed from our research was that there were two main clusters that emerged. So, syempre, yung Marcos supporters, tsaka the other significant cluster was actually the Robredo supporters. So, what happened was, the Marcos supporters are actually like nire-rehash nila yung claims from all the way from 2016 when Marcos lost the VP race to Leni Robredo. What they're trying to do is that, they're trying to make the public lose trust in the current electoral processes, lose trust in COMELEC, so that's in case this election doesn't turn out good for Marcos, then at least they have already like laid down their groundwork online. They already tried to plant these seeds for people to lose trust in COMELEC. So at least that's all prepared for them already. And it really is reminiscent talaga of like yung 2016 narratives nila and everything. On the other hand, you have Robredo supporters talking about electoral cheating in the sense that they are pushing back against these allegations. Kasi syempre si Leni talaga yung target nila dito, di ba? So what they did was they were trying to debunk these claims. So a lot of the supporters in the Robredo network, they were sharing fact checks from ED orgs or fact checking orgs that debunked the claim that Marcos was actually cheated in the 2016 VP race. But yeah, so that was what we noticed, and so it was kind of really like interesting that even online you can see that it's really like a two-way conversation between Marcos and Robredo supporters about how the Marcoses are just sowing all of these like narratives, sowing distrust, and it's just the same thing over and over again. Parang Marcos and Robredo, they had all these they had these clashes over the electoral protests, and we can see these things like history really does repeat itself. And yeah, so pretty much they're just pushing back against these allegations that are spreading and have been spreading for a long time now.
All right. Do you guys have any thoughts on Gabby's take?
Yeah, I think that's what you describe as impunity. They just lie and repeat lies and keep repeating. And then also when it comes to lack of accountability, yung binanggit din ni Melay, is that Bongbong has said that he may allow the International Criminal Court investigators to come, but he will not allow them, that the Philippine government will not cooperate with them. So may impunity talaga na umpisahan na kasi nung time ni Duterte.
I think yung rule of law. Kasi may decision yung di ba? Presidential Electoral Tribunal, and it went up to the Supreme Court. So it's a highest court of the land. So you don't respect it. It means that that's impunity. You don't respect the rule of law, and we have to connect these other governance indicators with democracy. Rule of law, transparency, accountability.
Alam mo, sir, sa akin yung what really concerns me is that evasiveness has the support of maybe the majority insofar as the people who are supporting him are concerned. Diba? It's very easy because of disinformation and yun yung ginagawa ni Gabi, diba? Analyzing patterns online. Look at the conversations, diba? The conversation says na parang every time you confront, you tell the world about, say, martial law or the tax evasion or yung mga ninakaw nila, they would say, you're maligning their name again, you're being judgmental, you're biased without the ED, diba? You're unfair, mga dilawan kayo. that could very well come from the disinformation network, namely, the troll farms, if you will. Pero the fact of the matter also is that his supporters echo exactly the same thing. So on the one hand, you have the potential regime, right, to be very evasive, but on the other hand, you have the public actually believing in that. And I don't know which one is much more difficult to confront.
Yeah, it's really disregarding data. Isn't there a Supreme Court decision regarding these issues?
Yes.
And yet you rely on these claims that are not valid at all. It's just based on opinion.
You'll find it incredible that I've been posting court documents about Marcos and the excesses, their corruption, and then there was like a theme I received. Madali lang namang, kasi typewritten tong mga transcripts, ng records. Sabi, madali lang naman kumuha ng typewriter at galing recto ito. I said, oh my God. So the level of integrity of facts, wala na, nawawala. So na-shock lang ako.
Even Ambeth Ocampo, di ba? Is being told you don't know history. Okay.
Bumaliktad ng mundo.
Pero can I say something? Yung sa cheating lang ngayon, yung drum beating ng cheating, I think they're keeping their options open eh. Kasi I don't think they can really determine what is going to happen. Alam mo yun? Kasi on the Bongbong side, they really have the surveys.
Yes.
But then on the Lenny side, you also really have this groundswell. Di ba? Kaya, alam mong, hindi rin nila alam eh. Wala naman sure eh. Hindi nila, lahat sila, hindi sila sure.
So it's a safety net.
Kasi yung, di ba, malakas siya sa survey, that could be true. But then, moving towards really the elections, you have this pink movement. Ang question na lang sa pink movement is the groundswell enough given that very short period of time, 'di ba? To overtake yung popularity ni yung support na ni Bongbong. So, I think they're saying that para
2016 all over again.
Yeah, parang they'll always look for ways to spin things. Eventually, that will be.
But you need data. You need data, and of course there are different lenses you can use. But at the end of the day, you need research, actual data, even estimates of the crowd. It has to be truthful.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether that administration, if ever they win, would even need data. All you need are spinsters.
Given the culture.
Right? Sorry?
Given the
culture,
that has been cultivated. And it's not just in the Philippines.
That's true.
It's a global phenomenon. That's why.
So I think that's going to be journalists, academics, researchers will be in the front lines of fighting this.
And attacks.
And may I add, civic education. Education at I think at basic education.
Elementary level.
What is the meaning of data? What is the meaning of democracy?
What we're seeing also is really na parang wala na-erode na talaga yung political party system. Kasi sila dapat yung intermediary eh. Diba? Between the citizens and
I think we need a law.
Diba?
Political party law.
Wala eh. Kaya tignan mo, tayo, academics, my God, for the first time kami, we endorse someone. And I keep telling people, that's not supposed to be our job. That's supposed to be the job of political parties. But since there's nobody else now, we feel compelled to be the one to bring messages to the but don't expect us to do this every time because this is not our job. Our job is just
parties need to do political education. Civic education is more impartial, non-partisan. But political education has to be undertaken by parties. But we don't have a law.
And they need to be real, diba? Sa akin naman, siguro yes, we need a law, but we also need really people to just decide we have to build a party that's real, diba?
It's not just having parties, but also party institutes or think tanks. I think on a general scale, we don't have a lot of think tanks in this country.
Well, even if credible companies like Pulse Asia and SWS are attacked for being biased, for all, without enough evidence, that's already an indication of where we are right now, diba? na magtayo man tayo ng another think tank, it doesn't necessarily mean that we would be credible in the eyes of the public. I do understand, of course, the necessity of doing it.
Yeah, I think surveys provide us with data points, but you need analysts.
Also.
You need what I call information intermediaries. In a data-driven society, there are all sorts of data. There's even qualitative data, like how many people did we observe? So it's qualitative. No? Although there is a way of calculating in terms of square meters, in terms of volume of people. There are attempts to actually calculate, no, using those metrics. I think we need the metrics indicators, and that's been lost out in all this noise, in the chaos of assertions without a basis.
The other thing that we can also consider is in investigative journalism. Have we lost that?
No naman. I mean,
Siyempre, you're the best person to
defensive.
No, we have
in the
not.
absence of think tanks, you need investigative
Of
journalists,
course.
right?
No, there's been a number of investigative reports. The problem is with the undermining of the independent and mainstream media. Nag-succeed si Duterte to a certain extent. Remember that he also was a creation of social media. I mean, yung campaign niya. And when he took over, nagkaroon siya ng state-sponsored disinformation, hate speech. So, carry over ito kung manalo si Bongbong. So, mas mahirap. It's going to be more difficult to do investigations with difficult access to data. Ngayon pa lang, nakikita na natin how difficult it is to get information from Bongbong Marcos. So, andyan yung investigative journalism, marami lang mas magiging mahirap.
Okay, speaking of Bongbong, let's check in. We're speaking of Bongbong tayo. She's such a handy segue person. Okay, so let's check in on Lian Buwan, who follows candidate Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Lian, are you in?
Poor Lian.
Yes, here Margie, reporting from Lawag.
Hello. Kumusta? So, was he asked to line up?
No, actually. So, when we got there, mga 5 a.m., parang mga 5:30 nagsisimula ng people started to line up outside the Mariano Marcos Memorial Elementary School. He arrived past 7 a.m. Dire-diretso yun. He was flanked by, the usual big black cars, and then siguro mga 10 security. Nothing out of the ordinary for us who has covered him for the duration of this campaign. Pero dire-diretso siya sa kanyang precinct. His sister Amy, his nephew, incumbent Governor Matthew Marcos Manotoc, dire-diretso sila dun sa presinto. He did line up nung kanya nang i-feed yung kanyang balota sa VCM. But other than that, no, dire-diretso siya. And even when Sandro voted in Lawag, he's of a different precinct than his father. Apat silang bumoto, Sandro, his brothers Vincent and Simon, and their mom, Attorney Liza Marcos Araneta. When they got there, dire-diretso din sila. They did also line up to feed their ballot to the VCM, but aside from that, dire-diretso, flanked by probably a dozen security.
I see. How about Imelda? Was she able to vote?
Yun yung it's strange for us because we were hearing that yung talagang mga rehistrado doon sa elementary school sa Batak, Ilocos Norte, their hometown actually, the hometown of the dictator, I see Bongbong Marcos, his sister Irene, and then their mother, former Congresswoman Imelda Marcos. Pero wala si Imelda noong bumoto si Bongbong Marcos. And kung napanood nyo kanina yung Facebook Live namin, that's one of the things that I was trying to ask him, pero hindi rin naman tayo sinasagot. And then there was kind of a parang may convoy sila, tas parang na-decoy ata kami ng medyo slight. Pero nakita namin that the cars went to the Immaculate Conception Church sa Batak, just nearby the school, and then that's where we saw the former First Lady accompanying his son to the church. Siyempre, hindi rin kami makapasok dun sa church. And then, after they visited the church, Imelda voted by herself. Sa same precinct, same school, whereas Bongbong umalis na to accompany his son Sandro to a different precinct in Lawag.
Why is Sandro in a different precinct?
Margie, typical yun sa lahat ng political dynasty. Split talaga nila yung residence nila. Here in Ilocos Norte, the second district, sorry, may feedback ata, sorry. The second district of Ilocos Norte traditionally has belonged to the Marcoses. Sila yung may hawak nun, and the first district has traditionally also belonged to the Fariñases. Pero kaya nagbunsod din naman ng Team Marcos, Team Fariñas si Rift is because kinukuha ni Sandro yung first district. And to be able to run for first district representative of Ilocos Norte, he has to be registered in the first district. So nasa Lawag siya. Batak is in the second district.
All right. Thank you for for enlightening me. I'm sorry. So, how does the panel feel about this speedy voting of Marcos?
Hindi ba typical of his sense of entitlement?
Yeah.
Exactly. I was
Lian?
about to say.
I might be
Do you have
putting Lian
questions
into
for
trouble.
Lian? Yeah.
She has always been in trouble.
No, I just, kasi VP Lenny lined up for an hour
Yeah,
or
and
more.
a half. An hour
Yes.
and a half.
And then here in contrast, as
Special
Lian said,
treatment.
Bongbong Marcos did not. No? So it shows already in a style of leadership.
Do you have any questions for Lian while she's on the ground?
You know, Maritas, they always... sorry.
Go ahead, Lian.
Sorry, may delay lang. Pero I was gonna say, Maritas, that they always say kasi meron daw threat to his life. If we remember, parang merong actually 2 taong na-aresto without a warrant for supposedly posting on social media, threatening to harm him, ganon. And so yun yung justification na sinasabi nila. That's why they have all those security. But you know, when you ask the press, hindi naman threat sa buhay niya ang media unless he considers top questions as threats to his life.
I've got a question for Lian.
Yeah.
Hi, Lian. This is Jail. Lian, I've got a question for you. What's the emotional atmosphere like in Lawag now? What is it like? People are expecting victory. People are afraid. What is it like now?
Kalmado lang naman. I think people wanted to cheer for BBM kanina whenever they got a glimpse of him. Pero di ba bawal ata kasi ang mag-cheer or even show an overt expression of campaigning. So every time someone tries to cheer, medyo pinipigilan sila. But this is Ilocos Norte, so it's kind of a jubilant mood when it comes to the national elections. Marami ay for Bongbong Marcos. Yung local, yung medyo tense. Because it's Team Marcos versus Team Fariñas. So we'll try to follow where Team Fariñas is or where they will be today. Kasi yun yung binabantayan ng mga tao dito sa Ilocos Norte because hindi nila alam kung manunumbalik ba si Governor Rudy Fariñas sa kanila. Will it still be Matthew Marcos Manoto? Will Sandro get the first district for the Marcos family?
Can I follow up?
Sure.
Yeah, that's interesting because there are exciting contests there between family members.
Yes.
Isn't Michael Keon running against another Marcos? How is that?
No, he's not. Okay. Michael Marcos Keon, the cousin, is running against his vice mayor, si Vice Mayor Vicentito Lazo. Vicentito Lazo is the official Team Marcos candidate. So his family has dropped him to endorse his opponent. At hindi lang basta-bastang mag-opponent si Michael Marcos Kiyon at si Vicentito Lazo. Kiyon claims na si Lazo yung sumira sa kanya, sa pamilya niya. So there's a very bitter relations between Mayor Kiyon and Vice Mayor Lazo. And it's a three-way fight actually among Kiyon, Lazo, and former Lawag Mayor Shevil Fariñas. Shevil is the daughter-in-law of Congressman Rudy Fariñas. So, parang ano nga to parang matindi-tinding fight for the City Hall of Lawag. Pero surprisingly na interview natin si Mayor Kiyon kanina. It kind of surprised me na merong Marcos family member na willing magpa-interview. And he was very candid. He was very candid about it na sinasabi niya na he's doing this all alone. He will do this alone. He's really not okay with anybody in the family. He hasn't talked to Bongbong for a while, but he was wearing a Bongbong Marcos mask. At magkakapresinto kasi sila nila Sandro. So nagkaabot sila. At nakita naman natin na nag-fist bump si Kiyon, si Sandro, si Vincent, at si Bongbong Marcos.
All right. I just wanna say lang na I think yung sense of entitlement niya kasi ni Bongbong, like yun nga, yung cutting the line and having all these special privileges. Parang panahon pa yan ni Ferdinand Sr., they already had that imaging that they were royalty, especially in the North. And I think they have been really maintaining that kind of image. Iba kasi si Duterte, Jologs Robin Hood, di ba? Parang ganon. Pero Marcoses, iba. So I think that's what we're seeing. It's nothing to do with security, I'm sure, or the threats, di ba? That's how they are. That's their territory, and they have always been treated like royalty. There.
All right, so thank you, Lian Buwan, live from Lawag, Ilocos Norte. All right. So joining us live from Cebu now, si Ryan Macasero to tell us about Cebu's mayoral candidates. Ryan?
Mine Adlaw Margie. So the polls so far in Cebu have been relatively peaceful and organized. I'm here at Guadalupe Elementary School, which has 14 different precincts and serves the most populated barangay in Cebu City with 70,000 residents. This is, of course, in the center of the country's most vote-rich province, Cebu, with 3.2 million registered voters. So first to vote this morning was incumbent Mayor Mike Rama. He was here at around 9 a.m. He was very brief with his comments to the media and just said that he was happy with how voting has been going so far. Later this afternoon, we expect his challenger, Margot Osmeña, a former Cebu City Councilor and the wife of former mayor, a longtime mayor, Tommy Osmeña, to vote in this very same precinct. Correspondent Lorraine Parma is in Danao City in the north, where she covered gubernatorial Red Ace Durano, who voted this morning as well at around 10 a.m. He told her that he's ready to accept the people's decision. Meanwhile, incumbent Cebu Governor Gwen Garcia voted in Marili Town in the western side of Cebu. She, of course, heads the powerful One Cebu party. Even if it's been organized, there have been some complaints, but nothing too out of the ordinary. A senior citizen complained this morning here that she waited for 4 hours before she was able to vote. There were 4 malfunctioning vote counting machines so far, but Comelec's technical team has been quick to address these, so they don't expect any extension of voting hours here in Cebu. Our latest story on Rappler is police recording at least 11 incidents of alleged vote buying and the killing of a Lapu-Lapu barangay councilor last night. But compared to 2022, the local elections in Cebu have thankfully been peaceful, Margie.
Thank you. So how's the mood over there right now? What can you say about the mood of the...
The mood is pretty calm. There were some people who had to wait for a long time and got, expectedly irritated, but so far at the precincts that we went around, it's been calm, it's been organized. People don't seem to be too emotional, or the festivities of the campaign season seem to have calmed down, and people are just looking forward to casting their vote, and they're really making a conscious effort to make sure that they get to their precincts. We've seen some people who had even misspellings in their names and really made effort to correct it and get to their vote counting machines and make sure that their votes are counted.
Great. Does anyone have questions for Ryan? Especially since Cebu is the most vote-rich province.
Questions?
Were you there, Ryan, in the 2016 elections?
Yes, I covered the 2016 elections here in Cebu as well.
What was the difference back then? Like, are there any key differences between the mood then and what's happening now?
The differences, I think, are that there's a similarity actually that people were hopeful and excited for some change. Of course, Duterte won big here in Cebu in 2016 with over 1.1 million votes, and he really sold the idea of Cebu, becoming a part of the national government. This is a place where a lot of Cebuanos have very anti-imperial Manila sentiment. So Duterte was really an exciting candidate for them. Leni Robredo, I think, has also been able to excite and inspire people, but in a different way. Really hedging her campaign on love and inspiration. In her last rally here in Cebu, I think it was April 21, the organizers estimated that around 150,000 Cebuanos went to that rally. So it's pretty interesting to watch that two different approaches to galvanizing the crowd, but both seem to have worked.
Oh, sure.
In 2016, VP Leni won over Marcos.
In Cebu.
But there is a one Cebu endorsement of BBM. And when you say one Cebu, it's almost all the politicians except Vice Governor Davide going for VP Leni. So how is that?
Yes. So the one Cebu party is dominant in the cities outside of Cebu City. So in most of the province, that's correct. But some local observers will say that even if the party is dominant, the party is one Cebu when it comes to the local candidates. So they almost all of them support Gwen Garcia, or if not all. But there are some mayors who actually and some members of the party who diverted from the party's choice to support unity. That includes Gwen Garcia's own brother, Congressman PJ Garcia of the 3rd District, who decided to continue his support for Manila Mayor Isko Moreno, and he has a command of, in the 3rd District in Cebu, which has about 360,000 voters. In P. Garcia's own hometown of Tumanco, the mayor over there, Gungun Gica, who's also a member of One Cebu, decided to support Leni Robredo. But of course, having Bongbong Marcos and Sara Duterte's alliance with One Cebu definitely gives their candidacy a boost in this province. But the Robredo campaign is hoping that this time around, with the volunteers, a strong volunteer movement on the ground, that they can overcome the political machinery of One Cebu. Of course, Robredo also has some local chief executive endorsements, including Vice Governor Junjun Davide, some small town mayors, including Mayor Mar Martinez of San Remigio, and the Osmeño family, which even if they're not incumbent, even if they are not incumbent local chief executives, they still have a strong presence in city council, with 8 of the 16 city councilors being a part of the BOPK party, Bando, Osmeña, Pundo, Pangasuagan, and many of the barangay captains are also allied with the Osmeñas. So it still counts for a lot. So it's difficult to say who is really leading the race when it comes to president in Cebu, and we'll probably find out when the results start coming in early morning.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. That's Ryan Macasero from Cebu. So we now turn over to our community corner with Jules Giang. But in the meantime, let's look at our PH Vote election site.
Ikaw ang bida sa darating na eleksyon. Sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon, atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton.
Katuya.
Apo.
Gawat tayo'y.
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton. Di aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.
Hello and welcome back to the Community Corner of Rappler's rolling coverage of the 2022 presidential election. My name is Happy Ferraran and I am joined finally by Jules Giang.
With an
Jules.
inked finger.
Oo nga, eh,
Finally.
nail
Okay.
polish.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Community Corner. So this is our transition segment. So from this point onwards until the votes come in tonight, when the precincts close by 7 p.m., I'll be
Yes.
joining our audience.
Yeah, so I was from Team 4 a.m. So I will be leaving after this segment. And so far, what we've been talking about, the online landscape, what's the sentiment so far, what are the conversations like? We started the morning with many people talking about how anxious they were, you know, mixed feelings,
Nag-trend
anxiety.
yan, diba?
Oo, nag-trend siya. Yung feeling na yun, we also talked to some volunteers on the ground who are there as election watchdogs. And we've also been updating our developing story page on Rappler. So for live updates of anything and everything that's happening in the election, you'll see it in our developing story page. So please bookmark that and keep coming back to that. So you see which candidate has voted, any issues that have been reported will be reported in the developing story page. We also have the election page where you can find all the information about the candidates, both in local and national positions. And later on, that will be the page where the results will come in when the precincts close.
Exciting yan.
Yes.
Kasi real-time pumapasok yung votes dyan. But of course, we also, as we discussed yesterday when we started this coverage, we promised that this community corner will also feature the efforts of several youth groups and NGOs that are very active on the ground and even virtual to make sure that our voters are empowered and of course engaged during this election season. That's why for this segment we'll be talking to several youth leaders coming from a youth organization that has been working to promote voter empowerment and engagement pre and post-election. So, we have with us the coordinators of Tatak Botante. We have Alino de Guzman and RJ Suarez. Alino and RJ, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi. Okay, so for the benefit of our viewers, let us know what kind of work does Tatak Botante do in terms of the election. So we've heard from other NGOs a while ago. They're, you know, right now, some of them watching as people cast their votes, and then meron din mga groups that monitor the canvassing. Ano naman ang ginagawa ng Tatak Botante in terms of our election?
Yes, Tatak Botante is the voter registration, education, and engagement initiative of the National Alliance of Youth Leaders Incorporated. We started in 2012 and has been active ever since in our advocacy for voter empowerment. So patuloy yung aming voter registration and before yung voter registration and right now yung voter education campaigns through trainings and workshops, through webinars in universities. We also conducted the Ang Pagsusuri Presidential and Vice Presidential Forum. After that, we did youth consultations to get the youth agenda from members of the youth from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And of course, the information campaigns for senatorial votes na napakarami, and as well as the party lists.
Okay, RJ and Alino and Happy, siguro it's very important to dissect din kasi it's very interesting yung name ng initiative, no? Tatak Botante. But what truly is a tatak ng botante? Ano ba yung tatak ng botante talaga? What is an ideal voter for you?
Nako, para sa amin sa Tatak Botante, ang ideal voter ay isang botanteng matalino, matalas at malaya. Sa pagiging matalino, yung mga botante na informed, no, not only opinionated but well informed based on facts, no, nananaliksik, nakikipag-usap, nagtatanong tungkol sa ating democratic system at maging sa mga naghahangad na maging mga public servants, no. Yun ay sa pagiging matalino, sa pagiging malaya, matalas, no, maging critical thinkers, maging mapagmatsyag sa mga disinformation na napakarami ngayon. Bukod dito, ang pagkikipaglaban din sa mga lies, no, sa pamamagitan ng pagdedepensa sa truth, no. So fact-checking, fighting disinformation, defending the truth. Pagiging matalas, we are teaching the voters to look for issues, no, to look for solutions and not for entertainment, ano, that when these candidates talk to us, no, kailangan maging incisive tayo sa mga sinasabi, sa mga pinapangako nila. What have you done for me? How well are you going to do it? No? Ano bang mga plano mo para sa atin? At sa pagiging malaya, yung free from any coercion, pagiging independent mag-isip, no? Although maraming influences sa youth vote, at the end of the day, ang pagboto ay between you and your ballot today or mamaya, no? So maging malaya sa iba't iba pang mga impluensya dahil at the end of the day, yung boto mo ay iyong boses, no? Ito ay refleksyon ng iyong mga hangarin para sa iyong bansa, iyong mga prinsipyo, iyong pagkatao. So para sa amin, ang ideal na botante ay isang botanteng matalino, matalas at malaya.
All right. So, based on the workshops that you were having, sinabi mo you were doing a lot of educational campaigns, teaching people about what to look for in candidates. What about in terms of issues? What were the issues that came out that the youth sector identified as important to them? Anong importante sa youth sector?
Siguro let's ask Alino.
Sige,
Yeah.
go Alino.
And actually, no, hindi lang, more concerning sila, especially sa education, no? Especially sa K-12, and then after employment, no, number 1 yan na nagiging concern. And then yung, paano ba naging active ang mga estudyante, not only with regards to their academics, but also with their political issues, no, with the political issues. Sa paano sila magpa-participate, ano ba yung tamang role ng pagtumakbo ka bilang isang SK, no, Sangguniang Kabataan, ano bang powers ng legislative, executive, and judiciary, no? And not only that, but also the environmental stewardship. Actually, nung previous consultations namin, no, last week, maraming may mga umattend na parang medyo nalungkot doon sa mga na-garner naming information coming from the presidential balls, vice presidential balls, and then senatorial balls, and a party list na information. Nalungkot sila in terms of very generic yung nagiging platforms ng candidates na nakikita naman natin all throughout, na nawawalan ng focus with regards sa youth. Yung mga kabataan, parang kung hindi ako nagkakamali, more than 40% or at least 40% yung mga first-time voters ngayon. Actually, isa ako doon, no, sa unang boboto for the presidential. Last 2016 bumoto na ako. 2019 for the midterm elections, no. So ngayon, parang ang nagiging concern nila, ano bang magiging role namin during this time and age, no? Parang nakukulangan sila in that sense.
Okay, thank you so much, Alino. So that's very interesting, Happy, no, na quite disappointed yung ibang mga youth members natin kasi hindi ganun ka-clear yung platforms and very generic. So let's see, no, kung ano yung magiging, if ever there is a youth vote. Actually, we can ask that to these youth leaders, so sila Alino and si RJ. Do you believe that there is a youth vote? Meron bang consensus ang mga kabataan pagdating kung sino ang iboboto nila, RJ?
Unfortunately, no, na base sa data, we can say that the youth vote, no, yung pagboto ng kabataan, it really is consequential. No, ito ay determinant sa nagiging resulta ng eleksyon dahil maraming kabataan na bumoboto. Pero depende pa yon kung sino yung binoboto ng kabataan, no? So as to whether or not nag-unite ang youth vote, palaisipan pa rin yan ngayon. Makikita natin sa previous elections, mukhang hindi, no? But we are hopeful ngayong pagdating na elections na sana, no, ang kabataan ay mag-unite behind a candidate that truly champions on the youth agenda, no, yung mga most pressing issues affecting the youth, no? Dahil ngayon yung youth vote natin, yung 18 to 33%, yan ay 38% ng registered voters. So napakalaki niyan. Kayang magpanalo ng senador at kahit ng pangulo kung mag-unite behind a single candidate na para sa kanila ay magiging champion ng kabataan.
Right, and I think many presidential candidates even in the past have tried to, alam mo, yun, parang they tried to court the youth vote, thinking na the youth will vote in a block or in the same way. But as mentioned nga, parang we haven't really seen that trend. It's a nice idea, and we've had some candidates try to woo the youth vote, but historically, we haven't really seen that happen. So, I'd like to ask, Alino, in terms of today's the election day, tatakbotante, sinabi ninyo that you do things before the election, during the election, and after the election. What are the things that you are currently monitoring right now?
Actually, isa sa mga minomonitor talaga namin is yung mga anomalies. Yan, ang dami daw nagiging reports na sirang BCM, naiiwan na lang yung balota doon sa loob ng presinto at yung mga nagbabantay na lang mismo yung mag-ano. Ang naging problema yata doon, ang nasabi sa akin is that walang waiver na binigay. It's either you wait for the VCM to be fixed or you will be given a waiver na pumapayag ka na sila yung maglalagay. Another is that ito actually first hand kong nalaman ito. And I think, no, karamihan sa atin, ako honestly, ngayon ko lang din to nalaman, ngayong pangalawang beses akong bumoboto, yung mga namimigay ng kodigo sa labas pa ng presinto, sa labas pa ng voting site. Meron pa nga sa loob mismo ng sa loob mismo ng botohan, namimigay ng
sample ballot.
Kodigo. Oo. So actually, yung iba doon kilala ko, kabarangay ko kasi. So sinabihan ko sila, sabi ko bawal yan. Pag kayo nakita ng COMELEC, mayayari yung kandidato ninyo kung sino man yan. Kaya itigil nyo yan. So nung natapos naman ako bumoto, actually pumila ako ng 3 hours para lang makaboto. Nawala naman sila. It's either siguro nainitan na, babalik sila mamaya. Pero on my part naman, sabi ko, nyo yan kasi mahirap yung ganyan. And then another yung parang may mga certain report, actually iingay nga nung group chat na meron ako ngayon na ang daming nangyayaring issues sa Visayas, Mindanao, and Luzon na ang daming nasusupress, may mga balota daw na parang nasira, sinira, parang gano'n, So, still verifying pa ako doon, kinukuha ko pa yung side nila doon with regards doon sa mga issues. But as of now, ang minomonitor namin is that yung actually, na-encourage pa namin yung ibang kabataan, tamad lumabas Sabi nila, ang haba ng pila, ang init. No, sayang. Sayang kasi yan, isipin mo, 6 years uupo yung Pangulo. Kung hindi mo iboboto ko sino yung gusto mo, bandang huli, ikaw din yung magsisisi. So dapat, hanggang maaga, hanggang mamaya alas 7 pa naman yan, di natin alam, baka ma-extend ng, siguro, sana, yun yung hinihiling natin. Kasi comparing from the 2019 elections to these elections, mas maraming bumoboto ngayon kasi may presidential balls. So, yun lang naman, yung ina-encourage pa rin namin ako, yung ibang first-time voters dito, yung mga nadadaanan ko. Tatanong ko sila, bumoto na ba kayo? If hindi pa, this is now the right time for you to vote. Kahit pumila ka na mahaba, kung naninindigan ka naman doon sa kandidato mo, why not? Diba?
Okay. One of the reasons actually kaya hanggang 7 p.m. yung voting hours today kasi parang the COMELEC wanted nga to offer more time for voters. So, if you still have time, okay, magto 2 o'clock pa lang, ilang oras pa rin yan before the closing. So please, sa mga hindi pa bumoboto, please go out and vote. Sayang yung boto nyo, sabi ni Alino dito. It's either pipila ka ng 3 hours o magdudusa ka ng 6 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, before we go on to the next question, just because you mentioned din maraming nakikita ngayon sa mga group chat, I'm sure many of us sa mga telepono natin, our group chats are really busy. Maraming nagsishare ng mga reports, and though meron mga video or photos, let's be wary pa rin. Let's still make sure that these are verified and vetted kasi that's also part of, parang seeding doubt of the electoral process. So let's be very careful. Of course, we're vigilant. This is a good thing that many people are calling to protect the vote, to guard your ballots. Pero at the same time, let's also be careful before we pass on something na kung yun pala, baka very unverified report yun. So make sure we're sharing things that are from primary sources. And if kayo mismo ang naka-encounter, first-hand experience ninyo, you can share that online using PH Vote Watch. Yan yung hashtag na monitor namin dito sa Rappler.
Okay, so speaking of protecting the votes, so RJ and Alino, ano ba yung pwedeng gawin ng mga voters natin? As soon as precincts close by 7 p.m., what should they do? Abang na ba sila ng numbers or should they go to precincts and watch the counting?
Actually, so sa voting ngayon, naman na tayo, electronic naman na, So, imbis na pagsiksikan ka pa ulit, babalik ka pa sa presinto, Tandaan natin, may pa rin, may dangers pa rin tayo ng COVID. So, ingat-ingat pa rin tayo, So, much better, actually, maganda initiative ni Rappler na merong makikita mo yung live results, yung based sa transparency servers ni COMELEC, So we can monitor that, and then after mong magdasal-dasal ka na rin, na sana yung kandidatong napili mo nga, yung mananalo, So we can wait, we can ask or we can join. Actually, kung pwede pa naman tayong makisama kung active ka sa simbahan, sa mga PPCRB or sa ating parish pastoral councils, Ang usually tumatagal lang naman diyan based lang din sa 2016 elections is the presidential campaign or presidential and vice presidential balls. But for the locals, for the Congress and or a mayor, usually naman within 24 to 48 hours may parang napoproclaim na sa pagkakaalala ko.
Okay, RJ, you wanna chime in?
Yes, ayun, pwede tayong makilahok as soon as the polls close mamayang gabi, pwede tayong makilahok sa maraming mga uri ng election monitoring efforts. Tama yung sinabi ni Alino, yung pinangungunahan ng PPCRB na matagal na nilang ginagawa, no? Kung saan yung mga volunteers ay mag-encode ng physical copies of election returns printed by the VCM. So ang counting naman natin sa city and municipal ay May 9 to May 12 at yung sa provincial at members of Congress ay hanggang May 16. No? So mahaba-haba pa yung monitoring na pwede nating gawin. And isa pa, in the long term, no? Whatever the result of the elections, after the elections, let's prepare for the future elections. The election season is a time to reflect, no? Kung ano ang mga susunod na hakbang para sa ating demokrasya, kung saan tayo nagkulang maybe as citizens, at kung ano yung mga structural and systemic reforms na kailangan nating ayusin sa ating sistema. At kasama na dito ang patuloy na pagpapataas ng ating political participation na hindi lang tuwing eleksyon, hindi lang naman tuwing eleksyon ang hinihingi ng ating demokrasya. Kailangan tayong makilahok sa lahat ng pagkakataon.
All right. So a while ago when we asked you about Tatak Botante, you used many terms, okay? There was voters education, meron empowerment, tsaka meron voter engagement. Ano bang pinagkaiba ng tatlong ito? Is this a process? Do you go from one and then next step yung isa? Or how is this different and how is that reflected in your program?
Yes, no, for us it is a process that starts with engagement, no, voter engagement, and after that, voter education. So they will register to vote and actually vote, no? So voter empowerment through engagement and education is important, hindi lamang para mahimok o maengganyo ang mga botante na bumoto. Ito rin ay mahalaga para maunawaan nila yung kapangyarihan ng kanilang boto, lalo na yung kabataan, no, na napakarami nga sa ating registered voters, kapangyarihan ng boto ng kabataan, na ang boto ay kanilang boses, na ang boto ay refleksyon ng kanilang hangarin para sa bansa, ang kanilang prinsipyo, advokasya, at kahit yung kanilang pagkatao. No? Sa pamamagitan ng kamalayan na ito, sa kanilang kapangyarihan ng kanilang boto, mauunawaan nila ng political and civic participation ay hindi lamang sa panahon ng halalan, kundi before and after. So mahalagang mahalaga yung engagement eh. Doon talaga dito nagsisimula that we should talk, no? Kailangan nating mag-usap bilang mga kapwa, magkakababayan so we can influence each other, no? Lahat sana ng ating mga conversations ay fact-based, no? Patuloy ang pagiging pakikilahok natin sa diskurso tungkol sa ating political system, public affairs, para lahat tayo informed. Let us inform each other. Mahalaga talaga yon. So that mas mataas yung influence natin sa isa't isa. Kasi nakita natin ngayon sa data na merong SWS survey na ang pinakamalaking impluensya sa boto ng kabataan ay pamilya pa rin. At talagang totoo yan ngayon dahil lalo na matagal-tagal tayo naka-lockdown, no? Ang kasama natin sa bahay ay mga pamilya lang. At yung peers ay napakababa. Actually, yun ang pinakamababang influence sa pagboto ng kabataan. It's because we don't talk much anymore. So yun ang ating ugaliin, no? Pag-usapan natin ng public affairs. Starts with engagement, education, and the result will be voter empowerment through awareness.
Yeah, sorry. So you mentioned it's a process, and secondly, you also brought up something about families being the influence of the youth vote. So in terms of empowerment, can you just give an example of ano bang itsura nito? So when you go from education to empowerment, ang voter empowerment ba, does that mean na, you know, now you are voting out of your own will, o hindi ka na lang susunod sa parents mo? Yan ba ang idea ng empowerment? What does the transformation look like? And baka you can share a specific story based on the workshops or the programs that you've been doing. So RJ or Alino?
Yes, no, para sa amin yung empowered voter, ito ay kumakatawan dun sa ideal voter ng tatak botante. Ang tatak ng isang botante na matalino, matalas at malaya. Kapag empowered ka na, no, ang next mission mo is to empower others, no, na kapag armed ka na ng mga kailangan mo, naka-register ka, handa ka ng bumoto, nakuha mo na yung mga skill sets and thought processes sa pagre-research at sa pagpili ng mga ating mga susunod na leader, maghata ka na ng iba, no? Makipag-usap ka na sa iba, you empower others, share to them yung natutunan mo sa mga initiatives na ginagawa namin, kasi lahat tayo meron tayong duty na maging active agents, no, sa ating demokrasya. Kasi yun yung medyo sakit natin, no, kapag election lang tayo nagiging aktibo, pero yun yung mensahe eh. na kailangan yung participation natin before, during, and after. Before, yung capacity building, education, engagement, during yung pagboto today, no, as well as general election monitoring. Tomorrow, pagtapos ng election, post-elections, balik tayo sa capacity building. Maganda tayo sa susunod na election, pero patuloy pa rin yung monitoring, advocacy, and lobbying. No? Oras na para maningil. So ang isang tatak botante ay nagpa-participate before, during, and after elections. After the elections, yun yung pinakamahalaga eh. It is time na singilin natin yung mga kandidato. Binoto mo natin o hindi sa kanilang mga pre-nomis sa ating mga botante.
And that's the reason, Happy. Kaya mahalaga na uma-attend sa debates yung mga candidates. Kasi paano kung nanalo yung hindi, nanalo isang kandidato na hindi uma-attend sa debate. So, hindi alam ng mga tao kung ano yung programa nila. Ano isisingilin natin.
Oo.
So, that's the
Walang
reason.
transparency.
Walang transparency kasi. So, anyway, RJ, I wanna go back to your other point kanina. Alino, you could answer also about families as one of the sources of influence of the youth. How do we deal with this, RJ and Alino, especially in our culture, Happy, as Filipinos, no? Yung seniority natin with the parents, with lolos and lolas, mga titos and titas natin, parang when they speak about politics na, when you're on dinner table, for example, tatahimik ka na lang. Pero how is the youth right now? Parang, can they transcend or level up na mag-engage sila na hindi naman bastos, pero you know, you're asserting pa rin your opinions politically? Do you have narratives out there in your group or dun sa mga na-engage ninyo?
Actually, no, on my part, no, sa mga ibang kaibigan ko, no, sila mga pamilya na ganito for ganitong kandidato, no. So, at the end of the day naman kasi, magkakaalaman niya sa pag-shade ng balota. Ako kanina takip na takip ako. Kasi nilagay ko Eddie Hill eh. Hinahanap ko si Eddie Hill, wala, hindi tumakbo. Sayang. Patay na ba yun? Oh, hindi. So, doon magkakaalaman pa rin doon sa balota. So kung gusto mo yung ma-educate yung kapamilya mo, actually marami din ako nakita na from former candidates, lumipat sila doon sa gustong kandidato ng anak. Siguro nakita ng pamilya nila na etong kandidato na to ay hindi na lang para sa akin kasi medyo may edad na rin ako, para na lang din doon sa anak ko. Kasi ito yung gusto nila, ito yung napupusuan nila, no? And then yung iba talaga, wala na. Gusto ng pamilya nila, kesyo daw noon, ganito. Kesyo yung plataforma nito na nagawa sa ganitong syudad, ganito. Ano? So, mahirap mamigay ng impormasyon kung yung ibang tao na din naman, hindi rin naman handang makinig doon sa mga sinasabi mo. Though, nandun pa rin palagi, sabi nga nila, #respect my opinion pa rin, di ba? So, respetuhin na lang natin kung sino yung gusto nilang kandidato. Basta tayo, isa din sa mga advocacy namin, no? Maging malaya in terms of educating others din. But never, no? Huwag mo silang pipilitin na iboboto kung sino yung kandidato na gusto mo based sa research mo. So, let them also have the freedom. Binigyan ka ng kalayaan, bigyan mo rin sila ng kalayaan, iboto kung sino yung gusto nilang kandidato.
Oo,
so, yun lang naman.
Tama, Lino, kasi Happy, hindi naman nakikita ng mga kamag-anak mo or ng mga grupo mo na nagtakda kung sino dapat iboto. Yung balota ninyo, yan naman isang messaging na sinasabi ng COMELEC, di ba? Na parang malaya ka na bumoto kahit pa merong top-down approach yung ibang mga groups, di ba? Ikaw lang ang makakakita sa balota mo.
Yeah. And actually, for me, first time ko rin nakita in this election, itong issues with the families na ngayon, parents are actually learning from their children.
Yeah.
Meron kang maraming naririnig na storya tungkol doon na, alam mo, kinausap ko talaga mga miko because she's parang victim ng fake news, you know, yung kapatid or tatay. And maraming ganun na ngayon na it's people, the parents are learning from the youth. So I think it's a good sign, especially if we're talking about voter empowerment. You know, that's an indicator na they feel free na to express, hindi na lang sila blindly magfa-follow or, you know, blind loyalty. Basta kami, ganito, solid kami, therefore ito. So, it's good. It's an indicator that, you know, they're asking questions. And even within political families, diba, anak ng politiko, tatakbo, pero he's for the other candidate.
Yeah.
So,
so, can we say na democracy is maturing na in the Philippines?
Maybe this is an indicator, diba? Magkakaalaman na lang mamayang gabi kung ano ang mga resulta nito. If that happened in the scale that we needed it to happen,
Correct.
or if these are just small movements na about to spread pa lang. So, sige, before we close this, we just want to hear final thoughts. Final thoughts or message to the voters from the two of you?
And are you hopeful for today's election?
Yeah.
Let's start with you, Alino, and then RJ.
Ayan, so final message lang, ano. Sabi nga ni RJ kanina, hindi pa dito natatapos. Let us not be fanatics kung sinong iboto mo, kung si Eddie Hillman yan, kahit wala siya sa balota, kung si Amay Bisaya man yan. Kung sino mang kandidato yung binoto mo, let us not be fanatics. Let us continue to be critics of each candidate kahit na nakita na natin kung paano sila kumilos, nakita natin kung paano sila gumawa, no? Let us always be critical thinkers, no? Sabi nga natin, maging matalino tayo, no? Maging malaya tayo kung sino yung susuportahan natin until the end. And maging matalas tayo, matalino, matalas, and malaya, ano? So, sana hindi dito matapos yung pagbabantay natin, no? Lalo na sa ating mga kabataan. Kasi tayo din naman yung magre-reap niyan in the end. Tayo yung tayo rin naman yung tutubos niyan in the end, no? So, yun lang yung panawagan ko sa ating lahat, no? Sana patuloy tayo magbantay, patuloy nating tignan yung bawat kandidato. Wag tayo mabulag, no? Na hindi ganito kay kandidato nung bisa, dapat dire-diretso hanggang dulo. Hindi. Dapat pag may nagawang mali, punahin. Pag nagalit yung kandidato, baka pikon siya, no? So baka ano lang naman, let's still do our part even after the elections, ano? And additional reminders sa mga hindi pa bumoboto, this is the high time, no? Ito yung mga patay na oras sa mga presinto, usually, ano? So bumoto na po kayo, hanggang alas 7 lang po tayo.
RJ?
Yes, para sa mga boboto pa lang, sa mga naiinip dyan ngayon sa pila, konting kapit at konting tiyaga na lang po. Pwede po kayo magpahinga kung talagang hindi nyo na kaya at bumalik na lang kaagad. Anyway, hanggang 7 p.m. pa naman. Ang mahalaga, be vigilant for anomalies, election offenses, and election-related violence. No? Sundin po natin yung tamang proseso ng pagre-report ng mga anomalya, offenses, and violence na ito para hindi rin po tayo mapahamak. Maaari po kayong mag-report sa COMELEC Voter Care hotline numbers, sa Integrated Bar of the Philippines, at sa Lente. No? And also, ang kanilang pakiusap sa atin include the precinct number and location para mapadali po ang pag-aksyon nila sa inyong reports or complaints. No? In case of VCM malfunctions, we encourage everyone to wait until the VCM is available again para personal nyo pong makita kung tumugma ang inyong binoto sa voting receipt. No? Sa mga boboto pa lang, ang mensahe po namin, ang mensahe ng tatakbotante, tayong lahat ay maging matalino, matalas at malaya sa pagboto at maging sa pagmamatsyag ngayong eleksyon. May oras pa po para gumawa ng quick research sa mga nakapila dyan dahil 6 na taon po ng buhay natin ang nakasalalay dito. Ang kinabukasan po ng ating bansa ang nakasalalay dito at alam naman po natin ang mga problemang kinaharap natin ngayon. Muli, maging matalino, matalas at malaya, mabuhay ang kabataang Pilipino.
And there you have it. That was Alino de Guzman and RJ Suarez, coordinators of Youth Group Tatak Botante.
Thank you so much. Okay, so maging matalino, matalas at malayang botante. Para sa lahat ng mga botante nating nakapila pa rin po ngayon. So please continue the conversation online using our official hashtags WeDecide, PHVote, and PHVoteWatch. And please bookmark also our Rappler's election coverage site. That's ph.rappler.com.
All right, and if you're interested also in the analysis that Rappler did, this is from our data and research team in coordination with data consultancy Nerve. Around few days ago, we released a report. So this is an exclusive report for Rappler Plus members. So kailangan nyo mag-join ng Rappler Plus para makita
Paano
yung report
po mag-join,
nito.
Happy?
Ganito lang mag-join. So when you're in our site, you'll see on the top right corner, there's a Join Rappler Plus button. Or if you find the link online, it will prompt you naman. There'll be like a pop-up to join Rappler Plus. But take a look at the top right corner of our homepage. There's a Join Rappler Plus button there. We have a lot of special research reports, investigative reports. Our newest one is about the social media networks of the two candidates, Robredo and Marcos Jr. Sila yung dalawang talagang neck-to-neck na lumalaban in terms of social media network and the conversations and narratives happening there. So if you're interested in that, you can join Rappler Plus. So I will be signing off and Jules will be taking over from now on. So once again, my name is Happy Fararan, and this is the Community Corner.
See you tomorrow. Once again, I'm Jules Kiang. But now we turn you back to Margie De Leon. But first, these reminders, step-by-step guide on how to vote. Please watch this. Paano bumoto sa May 9, 2022? Sa darating na halalan, May 9, may pandemya pa rin. Kaya't narito ang gabay para sa lahat ng mga botante. Magbubukas ang mga presinto ng 6 o'clock ng umaga at ito ay magsasara ng 7 o'clock ng gabi. Magdala ng ballpen na gagamitin mo sa pagpirma ng Election Day Computerized Voters List. Magsuot ng face mask at face shield para sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Tandaan na hindi kailangan magpresenta ng COVID-19 vaccination card o ng negative COVID-19 test result para makaboto. Sa inyong pagpasok sa presinto, asahan ang pag-implementa ng health protocols. Step 1. Temperature check. Kung ang iyong temperatura ay 37.4 Celsius at pababa, ang botante ay maaaring dumiretso na at bumoto. Kung ang temperatura naman ay 37.5 Celsius at pataas, makakaboto pa rin ang botante, ngunit dadalhin siya sa isang isolated polling precinct na gagabayan ng mga election workers na nakasuot ng Personal Protective Equipment o PPE. Tandaan na nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon na karapatan ng bawat isa ang makaboto. Kung kaya't kahit na suspected o nagpositibo sa COVID, may karapatan ka pa ring bumoto. Step 2. Identification. Magtungo sa Voters Assistance Desk at ibigay ang iyong pangalan. Dito ay malalaman mo kung saan ang iyong polling precinct. Maaari ring alamin ang iyong polling precinct bago pa umalis ng bahay. Makikita ito sa voterverifier.comelec.gov.ph/voter_precinct. Step 3. Get your ballot. Sa iyong presinto, lumapit sa miyembro ng Electoral Board o support staff. Ibigay ang iyong pangalan, precinct number at iba pang detalye. Para maging sigurado, magdala ng valid ID kung sakaling hanapin. Tandaan na huwag tanggapin ang balota kung ito ay may punit, marka o shade. Suriin ang balota sa desk mismo ng Electoral Board. Ayon sa guidelines na inilabas ng COMELEC, ang bawat botante ay may isang pagkakataon lamang bumoto dahil iisang balota lamang ang nakatalaga sa bawat botante. Kaya't maging maingat sa pag-fill up ng inyong balota. Step 4. Fill up your ballot. Ngayong hawak mo na ang iyong balota, tandaan na limitado lamang ang mga maaari mong iboto kada posisyon. Isa lamang para sa President at Vice President. Maximum naman ng 12 para sa Senador. Isa lamang para sa House of Representatives o Congressman o Congresswoman. Isa lang din para sa Governor at Vice Governor. Iba-iba naman ang bilang para sa mga board member sa iba't ibang distrito. Isa lamang para sa Mayor at Vice Mayor. Iba-iba rin ang bilang para sa mga councilor. Isa lamang para sa party list. Tandaan na kapag sumobra ang iyong boto, invalidated na ang iyong boto para sa naturang posisyon. Halimbawa, 13 ang na-shade mong senador, lahat ng iyong boto sa pagkasenador ay wala ng bisa. Ngunit, maaari ka naman mag-undervote o mag-abstain sa pagpili ng mga kandidato. Sa pag-shade ng balota, tandaan na ang COMELEC mismo ang magpapahiram ng marking pens. Tiyakin na fully shaded ang oval sa tabi ng iyong napiling kandidato. Huwag magmarka ng X-mark, check o half shade. Mainam din na maghanda ng listahan ng inyong mga iboboto upang mas maging mabilis at maiwasang magkamali sa balota. Pero paalala, bawal magdala ng campaign materials sa loob ng presinto. Huwag rin kalimutan na mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang pagkuha ng litrato ng inyong balota at VCM receipt. Step 5. Cast your ballot. Pagkatapos mong punan ang iyong balota, ilagay lamang ito sa loob ng ballot secrecy folder. Dalhin ito sa vote counting machine o VCM at ipasok ito sa machine. Huwag aalis agad. Antayin munang maproseso ang iyong balota.
Pagkatapos ay mamarkahan ng poll clerk ang iyong daliri ng indelible ink at ibibigay sa iyo ang voting receipt. I-review mo kung tama ang pagproseso ng VCM sa iyong balota. Iiwan mo ito sa designated box. Kung hindi tugma ang iyong boto sa voting receipt na natanggap, i-report ito agad sa Board of Inspectors upang mairehistro ang iyong sitwasyon. Pagkatapos nito, matagumpay ka nang nakaboto para sa susunod nating mga pinuno. Muli, bumoto at manghikayat na bumoto sa May 9, 2022 mula 6 o'clock ng umaga hanggang 7 o'clock ng gabi. #WeDecide. Atin ang Pilipinas.
Welcome back. I'm Marguerite De Leon, and with us on the panel is Rappler Editor-at-Large Marites Vitug, Ateneo Sociologist Jael Cornelio, and De La Salle University Political Science Professor Kiko Magno. And also joining us is Ateneo de Manila Assistant Professor Melay Abaw. So we have about 5 hours left to vote. So nakaboto na ba kayo? And we have Dwight De Leon right now live from the PICC in Pasay. So Dwight, the Commission on Elections just had a press conference. Can you tell us about that?
Actually, kakatapos nga lang ng press conference ng Commission on Elections, and ngayong tanghali, pinutakte, that's the right word, pinutakte sila ng questions on the automated election system. Given na buong umaga nakakatanggap ang komisyon ng multiple reports on supposed glitches of the vote counting machine. So, right out of the gate, the COMELEC said they are in full control of what is happening, although they gave us updates. For example, there were 143 vote counting machines that had to be replaced because they were found to be defective. And also 124 SD cards had to be regenerated. Also, kaninang umaga, COMELEC Commissioner George Garcia presented numbers at nearly 2,000 vote counting machines had some minor issues, but naresolve naman daw sa mga presinto. So, they are saying, COMELEC Commissioner, the COMELEC is saying that isolated cases lamang ang mga ito, and that it won't affect the outcome of the elections. So, siguro additional context lamang, itong mga vote counting machines na ito ay nag-undergo ng final testing and sealing noong nakaraang linggo. It's a week-long process, and this process seeks to or sought to ensure that they will be working properly for election day. But right now, ayun nga, we have been receiving these reports of faulty VCMs. But according to the COMELEC, hindi naman ibig sabihin na nakapag-conduct ng FTS last week ay sigurado nang walang mararanasang mga aberya ngayong araw. But siguro additional, for the big picture lamang, itong, let's say, nearly 2,000 vote counting machines na naka-encounter ng issues. This is still a small percentage kung in totality, kasi meron tayong 106 to 108,000 vote counting machines that are being used for the 2022 election. So siguro mga nasa around 1% or less lang itong naka-encounter ng aberya. That said, a small percentage of a big number is still a big number, and we're still waiting until end of the day kung madadagdagan pa ba itong mga numerong ito. And si COMELEC Commissioner Marlon Casquejo naman, ang sabi niya, is hoping, or it says na after these elections, the COMELEC will push na ito na yung huling pagkakataon na gagamitin yung vote counting machines. Itong version ng vote counting machines na ito, sapagkat 2016 pa yung karamihan sa vote counting machines ito, around over 90,000 vote counting machines binili ng COMELEC, release ng COMELEC, noong 2016, at binili noong 2019. So, sabi ng COMELEC, of course, at some point, these machines will encounter issues, and Gayunpaman, nirefurbish nila itong mga machines na ito noong 2021 with the help of Smartmatic. So, maliban pa doon, sinabi rin ng COMELEC na kasi kanina may mga reports din ng mga botante na nire-refuse or hesitant na i-surrender yung kanilang mga balota sa mga board of election inspectors or electoral boards dahil mas gugustuhin nila na sila yung mag-feed ng kanilang balota sa vote counting machines. Nililinaw ng COMELEC na mayroon silang contingency guidelines which were set a long time ago. And even in past elections, ganun na rin yung nangyayari. So kapag yung vote counting machine ay nagkaroon ng aberya, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang botohan para hindi matigil yung voting process. Ang mangyayari lamang, yung mga botante na may balota, yung mga balotang yon ay ibabatch feeding at a later time at the closing of the polls. Gayun pa man, may option din naman yung botante kung ayaw niyang i-waive yung kanyang karapatan na i-feed ang kanyang balota sa VCM for himself, then he can wait for the VCM malfunction issue to be resolved. Maliban pa doon, may mga issues din kanina tungkol sa violence and other parts of the country. I think kanina, ang COMELEC specified 2 incidents. Specifically, one, a gunfight between security forces of opposing local candidates in Nueva Ecija, and 2, the killings of poll watchers in Buluan, Maguindanao. The COMELEC said they are on top of the situation. Ganun din, sinabi rin ng COMELEC na yung regional election directors sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao ay hinihingan na nila ng formal report patungkol naman doon sa supposed role involving supporters of opposing local bets in Lanao del Sur. So yan muna ang latest. Balik muna sa'yo.
Okay, thank you, Dwight. How do you all feel about this? Like when you were voting at your precinct, were there any issues with your VCMs?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dwight.
I voted nung local absentee voting. So, of course, nung time natin, manual yung voting process. At actually, yung mga balota natin, bibilangin siya simula mamaya sa COMELEC, yung mga manual ballot. So, manual yung botohan. Nung nakaraan, hindi tayo gumamit ng vote counting machine. And at the same time, manual din siyang bibilangin. At manual siyang ika-canvas. Kanina pumunta tayo sa Andres Bonifacio Elementary School dito sa Pasay para tingnan yung voting, yung simula ng botohan kasi nandun din si COMELEC Chairman Saidamen Pangarungan. At kanina naman ng pagbubukas ng botohan, okay naman, but again, we only saw a few precincts at kakabukas nga lang ng botohan. Pero at least dun sa inobserbahan ni Chairman Pangarungan, smooth naman yung voting process doon sa presintong yon.
All right, thank you, Dwight. How about the panelists? What were they able to experience? You, Melay, you were able to. There was an issue.
I experienced that yung nagmalfunction yung yung voting, yung counting machines. But the thing there is kasi it's also the way they communicate the problem or the So can you imagine na 6:30 in the morning, alas 7 na, wala pa kami. We were like, I was in the 10th row. Binilang ko to the gate. And then, we were not moving at all. And then, all of a sudden, there was somebody from COMELEC, from the election officers, na meron siyang karton. Tapos, wala siyang megaphone. So, sumisigaw siya doon. Precinct number, ganito, ganyan. Tapos, di lahat kami, ano daw? So, nagkagulo na kami lahat. Ano daw? Ganyan. Yeah, and then, parang sabi niya, ito daw yung options. Ang options, it was not communicated in that way. The option was, sige, pwede kayo bumoto, wala kayong resibo. Diba? Or magintay kayo, di mga tao, parang they were really hyped na parang parang, eto na ba yung cheating, ganyan. Sabi ko lang, teka lang, baka hindi pa. Sabi ko, tayin muna natin. Sabi ko, but just to show you how tense it was, the next time around, there was another carton. Yun pala, plate number lang ng kotse na nakaharang. So kami, ano daw, anong presinto, anong number? Oh my God, this is so funny. Pero yung parang, yeah, so I think people felt na they were going to be disenfranchised. So, but I think the good side of it is that at least yung mga katabi ko na kasama sa presintong yon, they all said, hindi kami buboto na walang resibo.
Okay.
Dapat may resibo. Sabi ko, paano yun? Mag-intay kayo? O mag-iintay kami.
So in your case, Melay, wala kang resibo.
No, in my case kasi I was not part. There were 3 percents. There were 3 voting machines, counting machines. Not in my percent. So those affected, marami sila, including
Mag-aantay
those sa may
sila.
row. Yon. But I think the tension was also because of the way it was, diba? You're supposed to assure them, this is the problem, this is how we resolve it. So, hindi nga, nagsisigaw lang sila doon. So, syempre yung mga tao nagsisigaw din. Na parang, yun, parang, it was really like a scene.
Classic.
There was a scene.
So
na
may lack
parang,
of trust dun sa COMELEC for
Yes.
refusing to leave their ballots.
Yes. Although sabi ko doon sa mga nakausap kong, pagdating ko na doon, sabi ko, kahit megaphone lang sana. Hindi tayo masyadong magkakagulo. Di ba? Because people were really like, yung nagre-relay kayo malayo talaga
Yeah.
Marami kasi. I think people also really went out today to vote. So, it was a bit, parang di ba? They were, it's 6:30 in the morning, 7. Di ba? So
I'm
yeah.
interested lang yung sinabi ni Dwight, 124 ang machines lang na nag-malfunction? Did I get you right, Dwight?
It's 143.
143.
Vote counting machines that were found to be really defective and had to be replaced.
I see.
So hindi pa tayo parang may mga minor issues lang. Kasi kanina, Commissioner George Chisia gave us numbers in the morning and doon tinotal namin nasa over 1,800 yung mga may minor issues that had to that were eventually resolved. When we say minor issues, hindi nagpiprint properly yung PCM or hindi nagpiprint at all. May mga paper jams. So those were some of the issues, but they said naman that those were resolved. That said, it's still an aberya, so to say. So, ayun.
Pero siguro the question nga is, walang na-disenfranchise. Parang at the end of the day, na-count ba yung boto? Baka yun yung kailangan natin tanungin.
And to add lang din sa sinabi kanina, yes, the poll workers who are there, they have the responsibility to communicate properly to the voters. Kasi syempre, this is a very consequential election And yung mga botante this time around, mas protected sila of their vote because they know what's at stake. So, yung kapag may mga ganitong problems sa polling places, yung mga electoral boards, they should be on top of these situations, especially in communicating to the public, to the voters, na itong mga ginagawa nila, hindi naman nila to hinugot sa hangin. These are guidelines that were set many months ago and part of established contingency procedures.
Yeah.
I think you have to ask your question.
Yeah. Or I can ask that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi Dwight, this is Jail. We've got a question for you. So ideally, the ideal situation is that the machines are replaced before the end of the day. So what happens again if the machines are not replaced at all? Can you walk us through the entire process para lang maintindihan natin if people are disenfranchised from the entire process or they could really trust that their votes would be counted?
Well, what the COMELEC says is that the machines kung may mga defective machines that they had to be replaced, they will be replaced. The COMELEC set up technical hubs all across the country. So kapag may mga defective machines, doon pwedeng i-repair. At the same time, the COMELEC has 1,900 contingency or backup vote counting machines. So kapag may defective nga o hindi talaga gumagana ng machine, papalitan ito with another one.
So Dwight, let's assume that the voter decides to just cast his ballot, tapos iwanan na lang niya, and then trust that the election officer will be the one to insert it through the machine. How does that happen? iiwan niya lang yung ballot niya? Would it be placed inside an envelope? Would it be secure? Would somebody be monitoring that?
Yes. Well, the first process is the voter will have to sign a waiver of his right to personally feed the ballot into the vote counting machine.
Okay.
Then a member of the electoral board will put the ballot sa isang envelope, and at the end of the day, bago pagsasara ng botohan, lahat ng mga balota na hindi na feed personally earlier in the day, if you see, iba-batch feed ito sa VCM. And ito naman, ideally, ay in the presence of watchers. So hindi lang ito poll workers lang ang talagang talagang witness sa buong proseso. There are the dominant parties, yung may mga watchers sila, and at the same time, yung mga accredited citizens arm, specifically PPCRV. So this is to make sure that hindi itong mga balotang ito ay ipapasok or sa vote counting machines.
So it sounds like there's a process involved. Thank you, Dwight.
Yes, there's a process involved, but to be honest, I understand din naman where these people are coming from, because their votes are important to them. So ngayon, the COMELEC is trying to communicate that message na itong ginagawa namin, hindi ito basta-basta lang, hindi ito na-invento lang namin ngayong araw. We anticipated these contingency procedures, not actually just in last January kung saan nirelease yung resolution, but in previous elections when this was also the protocol. It's just that this time, para siguro yung mga tao, sabi nga ng editor ko, kung dati kapag nasira yung VCM, tapos siguro yung botante, sige, bigay ko na lang sa'yo, tapos i-batch feed na lang later. Ngayon, parang gusto yun ng botante na talagang protektahan yung balota niya. And kung kayang hintayin natin bago ma-fix yung VCM, hihintayin natin.
Okay. So I have this friend right now who's in Batangas City, and I think as of now he's been waiting about 4 or 5 hours already for the machine to be replaced. So he's very agitated. Like dalawang balik na siya sa bahay because he has to take care of his senior parents pa. So ayun, so I can only imagine how agitated a lot of other people are. Did anyone else experience anything?
No, mine is minor compared to what others are experiencing. This morning, the machine said your ballot is misread. So that was the first try. So the second try, the officer said, baliktarin nyo. Okay, sa party list naman. Okay, your ballot your ballot is misread. So naku, sabi ko, mukhang magtatagal ako dito. Third try, huminga na akong malalim. Sabi ko, tanggalin nyo na itong folder. Kasi, I want to... Ngayon, third try, successful. So, I can imagine, what others are going through, yung mas mahirap. Ako, tense na ako dun sa misread lang.
So ano yun, hindi lang tama yung pagganon mo
Siguro, yung pagpasok lang.
Hindi, kasi si Marites Vitug daw yung nagpapasok.
Hindi, kasi ini-insist nila na takpan ko pa ng folder, nabablock nga
talaga?
Yeah. Anyway, they were just very careful.
I have a question for Dwight. Dwight, yung may mga problems sa anong ratio nun dun sa totality?
Correct.
Maraming machines, di ba, around the country. So, may sinabi bang COMELEC kung gaano kalaki yung problema na ito?
Well, in terms of percentage, kami na yung nag-compute kanina, kasi tinatry namin kanina tanungin si Commissioner George, sabi namin. Kasi si Commissioner Marlon, si Commissioner George ng breakdown noong 1,800. Then, tinanong namin si Commissioner Marlon about that. Tapos nagbigay din siya ng separate numbers. Specifically, mas mababa yung kay Commissioner Marlon kasi ang binibilang lang niya yung mga talagang defective na kailangang palitan. Tapos tinatanong namin na parang, so, pwede po bang malaman namin kung ilan tong out of the totality, kung anong percentage ito? Actually, sagot niya sa amin, paki-compute na lang. So, siguro just a tidbit of information. But basically, when we computed it kanina, wait lang it's kung 1,867 yung vote counting machines that encountered issues, whether major or minor, ganyan, it just accounts for 1.74% of total VCMs for the 2022 elections. So, in a way, still minor siguro. Even the COMELEC said na parang it's an isolated yung mga reports are just isolated incidents. But again, siguro another perspective is that even if it's just a small percentage of a big number, that small percentage ends up being a big number pa rin. And siguro nga tama rin yung calls ng ilan na maybe it's time to retire many of these vote counting machines because they've been used up. This is the third straight elections na ginagamit sila. So, can you just imagine, syempre yung mga machines may lifespan yan. So, it's better siguro if in the next elections, mayroon na tayong panibagong machines. Because, guys, meron tayong 107,000 vote counting machines. 10,000 dito yung nilis o yung parang bago. And 97,000, yun yung parang, yun yung galing from 2016 and 2019.
Alright, yeah. Mga cellphone nga parang 'di ba like 2 years lang sira na agad. So ayun. So yes, thank you Dwight. Dwight just came from the PICC after the COMELEC press conference. Thank you Dwight. And this actually wraps up our block with this set of panelists, our lovely panelists. So thank you so much to the four of you for participating in this. Thank you so much to Rappler Editor-at-Large, Marites Vito, Ateneo Sociologist Jael Cornelio, De La Salle University Political Science Professor Kiko Magno, and Ateneo de Manila Assistant Professor Melay Abao. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. We're still ongoing, and we hope you've voted already. Fingers crossed.
Ikaw ang bida. Sa darating na eleksyon, sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon, atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton. Aton.
Gawan tayo'y
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton.
di aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.